Encoder connected. Excellent. Perfect. Here we go. We are alive. We are alive. We are right back at it again. We never left. No, sir. We never did. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And we are, of course, straight back at it. We're playing Warhammer, and with no further ados, we are going to get a new game going. Game description: gold versus marble. I guess it's marble versus gold. Four. Incursion chapter approved. Match play. German destroyers and amphibious landing to this electronic battleship made decisive innovations, reshaped the dynamics of NATO. Here we go. Imperium, Custodes, Alliance of the Emperor, Imperium, Custodes, Alliance of the Emperor. Very original. I know. Extremely original. For centuries, Britain's navy reigned supreme, and had a career maritime force. But as the 20th century dawned, the burgeoning German Empire, eager for supremacy, rapidly expanded its high-seas fleet. Britain recently launched 4 revolutionary Orion-class battleships under the 1909-1910 naval program. Its behemoths, boasting 13.5-inch guns, set out to dominate the waves. Yet for every British stride, Germans matched pace. In 1911, they had commenced work on formidable Cluny-class battleships that could contend 12-inch guns. Okay, I guess we can safely. Staggering 14-inch weapon. The Germans didn't stop there. 1912 saw the introduction of the mighty Adelphian-class battle cruisers. These warships were fitted with 8 12-inch and 12 5. Now I can safely turn off the Twitch, but this I'm not sure. Most British battle cruisers, Harrison, only had a maximum of 9. To retain the maritime edge, Britain needed to do more than just match the German advances. They needed to eclipse them. Then came TikTok, what's up, TikTok? In May 1912, they approached the House of Commons with a plan to craft a new breed of super dreadnought, unlike any other. These ships would sport untested 15-inch guns, possess unparalleled armor, and a dramatic departure from tradition. Randomized mission, here we go. Mission I, hidden supplies, on search and destroy. Churchill, ever the masterful warrior, made his case with passion and precision. Always tactical. Imagine about 2 actions. Select a terrain layout. Of course, we're very partial with terrain layout 6 because I simply do not want to be reorganizing my whole setup every time. So it really does not change a lot. Grab this objective.
So it needs to move this more towards the center, and this one the center as well. Lovely. Needs to be a little bit like this. This needs to be a little bit like this.
1915 marked Westwood's making voyage. Seas embrace was ended in the onset. This warship seemed cursed.
That there is perfectly fine. Same here. You get this here. You get this here.
Later, in 1915, Westwood faced a calamity not from enemy fire, but from an unexpected source, her own instrument. Misguided by her accompanying destroyers, she was directed through a narrow channel meant for much smaller vessels. Westwood found herself grounded, and hull significantly damaged. Rescuing her, the pilot hooked her lead. Once refloated, she limped to port, awaiting 2 painstaking months of repairs. Upon recovery, she took her place with the Grand Fleet, now part of the newly formed 5th Battle Squad, designated for the Queen Elizabeth-class ships. It seemed fate wasn't done testing us. In December, another report came. During a routine exercise, she collided with her sister ship, Barney. The impact inflicted substantial damage to Elizabeth's bow. Wounded, but perturbed, she made her way to scout the floor indefinitely, more repairs. She was finally rejoined Christmas Eve of 1915. Still, her initial chapter in World War I was defined not by combat glory, but by a series of crucial rendezvous. In 1916, following the unsettling German assault on Rostock, HMS Rostock was summoned to the theater of war. Eager to shake off some of the setbacks, her crew went ahead, hoping for a chance to take the earth. Soon presenting itself, the Battle of Jutland, the single most significant naval confrontation in World War I. Under the seasoned leadership of Admiral Sir John Jellicoe, British Grand Fleet squared off against Admiral Reinhard
Of course, this is all approximate.
This titanic squadron brought together an impressive 250 ships and around 100,000 men, with Danes, artillery, and strategy. As the battle raged, Westwood charged forth, beating the British naval ranks. However, her streak of bad luck hadn't entirely run its course. Publishing the counter glitch caused her to re-rotate circles, rendering her an easy target amidst the rain of enemy fire. Despite the situation, Westwood's indefatigable crew fought back. They delivered heavy blows for each shotlet, pointing the presence of the enemy with unerring precision. Emerging from the commotion, Westwood bore the marks of battle, being undeniably improving their men. Battle of Jutland ended, with deaths at stake in the flame of the enemy. There was no mistaking Westwood's valor or resilience. Post-battle, Westwood was due for repairs, and soon found her place back in the 5th Battle Squadron. But her saga of misadventures persisted. An unfortunate collision with HMS Valiant, after a nocturnal exercise, mandated another round of repairs at her site. It seemed the ship was a magnet for challenges, often sidelined with little reach. By June 1917, Westwood brushed against another ship, this time a destroyer. Thankfully, the damages were minimal. 1918 saw her back amidst the action, hot in pursuit of the German high seas fleet near the chilly waters of Norway. Arriving on cue, a fire erupted in her boiler room, leading to another prolonged repair period. She returned just in time to escort the German fleet to scout the flood, as the curtains of war came down. In the aftermath of World War I's brutal chaos, HMS Westwood emerged, not just as a survivor, but as a veteran, battle scars to show for it. As the dust of war settled, it became glaringly apparent. Westwood, even with a battle-hardened reputation, was at risk of becoming a shadow in the face of rapidly advancing naval technology. The 1930s were not merely a time of change, but evil.
We will adapt and overcome as we go along. Time to roll off. As always, yellow is gold. white is marble. Marble wins. So, the winner of the roll-off decides who is attacker or defender. Defender picks their side and deploys the first unit. So marble Marble is attacker, so defender is gold. Gold. No, marble is defender. No. Marble is attacker. So gold is defender. Gold gets to choose what side they are. Gold can go over there and deploy first. So gold is gonna deploy first. But of course we have to check our objectives. Hidden supplies. What is? Yo Jade, how's it going? Been great, man. Having a blast out here playing playing Warhammer. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for the likes. Just starting another game. Just trying to figure out what is the main mission. Eating supplies. So primary mission is hidden supplies. How you doing, man? How you been doing? Nice to see you.
Took his fleet straight to the harbor in the Halex, hoping to ensnare the rich Maori in a fierce battle near the Italian coast. As the two imposing navies clashed.
Oh yeah, I love Magic the Gathering too, man. I have the game night pack has like 6 old decks in it, one of each color. It's a lot of fun, man. Honestly. Really like Magic the Gathering. It's quite... Yeah, I used to play when I was really young, like 11, 12. That's when I learned how to play in school with my friends. Yeah, it's an excellent game, man. Yeah, glad you like it, man. Maybe we can play one day. Like, if you tell me what cards you play and I can show you what cards I play. That could be cool. One day maybe on one stream. Yo! Sounds fun, man.
audaciously setting your sights.
I can even like, you tell me your card, I find it and like put it on the screen, like, and I put your lands and stuff, and I put your cards on the screen, then you can see mine as well. Yeah, we can do that. That wouldn't be difficult. And you could tell, okay, attack this, and I tap them. Yeah, let's do that sometime, man. Right now I have everything set up for Warhammer because I'm obsessed, but yeah, keep showing up, keep hanging out, and definitely we'll do it. One day, like I'll just set up everything to play some Magic. Just have it set up. Then when you show up, we can start. Like I'm playing some video game or something one day. Then when you show up, bam, out comes the deck. But yeah, take it easy. I mean, I only have basic decks. So, as we were saying, let's get it on. We are playing Hidden Supplies. Reconnaissance units have uncovered a hidden cache of material in this war zone. There are 5 objective markers. The center objective is replaced by 2 additional objectives placed 6 inches from the center towards the corners, creating 4 objectives in no man's land instead of the original 3. Oh, interesting. Hadn't seen that. Victory points scored at the end of your command phase, starting battle round 2. So, towards the corners. What corners? Towards, I guess, no man's land, of course. So victory points. You control 1 or more objective markers not in your deploy zone. You control 2 or more objective markers not in your deploy zone. And you control more objective markers anywhere on the table than your opponent. Maximum per turn 15 VP, all 2+ mid board, and you have total objectives. High scoring aggressive primary that rewards dominating the mid board while still caring about overall board. So basically these are objectives too. Interesting. Very curious mission. So without further ado, Gold is gonna deploy first. We definitely gotta be aggressive. Of course, I'm following the deployment map, and that will be always guiding for how I deploy as well. Let me show you here. So maybe if I open like this, you can see. So we have the semicircle here. That's gonna be squished like this, so it's kind of like this. So it's longer on this side because it's like an oval, because this is compressed. But yeah, so this is a very quick fire objective, right? So the extra objective is gonna be like at these corners. So you have here, here, and here an objective. It's at these corners of these barricades, which is cool. So, yo, thanks for checking out. So we're gonna deploy here. Gold is gonna deploy our captain. we're gonna go obviously aggressive, try to move across the board, try and get into a good position, coming in from behind and trying to get that objective from behind. So ignore obviously the camera and stuff. We're always gonna like pass over it and try and find a way around it. So yeah, Gold has deployed their captain. So that is good. That gives us some information of what we might want to do to fight that. I think then Marble is going to deploy our wardens and our so I'm just trying to check, make sure I get the quickest route. So the wardens and the blade champion group, which is a tremendous battle group, are gonna be trying to counter that that captain, which is a character, of course. So we're gonna get this group on here on this line. So this is very far ahead in the deployment. This is quite advanced, the deployment. But yeah, we're looking good. We're looking good. Let me see. This is the center. Yeah, we're fine. This needs to be pushed a bit more over there. And I'm still kind of touching up the positioning, make sure everything makes sense, but we'll try to balance it. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Welcome to Warhammer. We're playing Warhammer and we just deployed our unit there. I think a smart move, since we have 3 objectives here in the center, Gold will want to get these Alaris into position, because we can actually deploy in this corner over here, where they would be right at that corner, also in cover, but obviously on our side. Make sure, and you'll see like that obviously the table is small, but I move according to the battlefield map, right? So if it says 8 inches, I calculate 8 inches here where it is and I move there. So I'm not going to move 8 inches in reality. So it's always going to balance out to be a realistic Warhammer experience. To the best of our abilities. There are of course always limits. So this actually has to be moved more all the way up there. And yeah, see, it balances out a bit more with this one as well. This one goes a bit farther away. It's kind of wrecking it a little bit there. See, we're touching up as we go to create that balance. Let me point it a bit more like this. I think that's a bit more centered. Have you guys played Warhammer before? Yeah, so again, our Alaris, they have to be like, it's gonna be like a semicircle here around the center. So they have like something like this. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We're not gonna be too worried. They're in the right corner where I want them to be, and I think that is what matters. On the yeah, so on the marble side, we actually can be deploying very far ahead. This will give us quite a bit of advantage because our deployment zone is really big. So it kinda would be, let's see, all the way even like more up here. So you wouldn't be able to actually be on the other side. So this actually gets to be a bit more here, and this is more a bit here, and this is, yeah, perfect here and here. This corner is already a bit in the circle, would be a bit further up, but no biggie. All making sense. No one ever gifted me, man, sadly. Would be super fun too. Love having 9 views and 3 viewers, 1,500 likes. Come on guys, let's smash those likes. Let's go. Love it. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. Let's keep going, moving the action right along. It is obviously gold's time. If you guys got any questions, go ahead. I used to roll the dice sometimes. So gold, let me see, we have our Trajan unit that we're saving to deploy, and of course we have our Blade Champion unit as well that we're saving to see when would be the best timing to deploy. October 16th, 1931, roughly 1,000 miles from Australia's west coast. Probably in a bit more aggressive position in terms of defense here from the top. So I think we actually can deploy it. Let me see. So this unit actually can be much further ahead. That's what I was getting confused. That unit, and it can go all the way to this middle line. So I'm actually gonna put it all the way here to the middle line. And Trajan and his guards can actually be all the way here. So this is our fake Trajan, of course. This is our... I only have one, but so you gotta be a bit further back from that over there, and this is the center here, so this can even go over here. So this is how aggressive this map is. See, we're kind of... let me just try to move it a little bit back, but basically I can deploy like anywhere here other than this semicircle. So let me just push it just a tiny bit more back. Yeah, that's fine. 2,000 likes. You're right. Thank you for checking it out, man. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, this is finna being fast, devastating battle right here. So all that's left here to do is our Alaris will come down here, be aggressive down here on you can deploy here on this line. And so both of the other units, which is Trajan and his guards for Marble, and Blade Champion and 5 Wardens. So Trajan and 4 guards for Marble, and Trajan and 5 Wardens for Gold. They are in reserves. We have deployed. We are gonna move into Marble's first turn. Both gain 1 CP. Let's grab a couple of random missions. And let's check what our random missions are. So I need to figure out now what are marked for death, bring it down, cleanse, and sabotage. Marble has marked for death and bring it down. So marked for death is the alpha units and gamma units, basically the enemy. So all of, in this case there's only 3 units on the board, so all of Gold's 3 units are alpha. And then I'm actually gonna choose my Omega as the bike, to the captain. Bring it down. Since there's no vehicle or monster units in the battlefield, we can immediately discard on the command phase, bring it down, and we're gonna get a different one.
The next class is the Iron class,
which is attempting target.
the epic duel story was pieced together from German Custodes accounts with no input from Sigmund's crew.
So we got attempting target, which basically means we're just double checking, but Gold has to choose a target in No Man's Land for Marble to get. And so I actually gonna challenge them to take that one. So Marble has to take that target. That's their tempting target. I want to see if they have the absolute gall to come and take that target. I don't think they will. I don't think they will. No, sir. Moving swiftly along. So we're gonna have cleanse. One or more units within range of an objective marker that it's not in your deployment zone. Yo, Denver, what's up? What's up? Thank you everybody for joining. Much love. So we're gonna have to do cleanse. Great to have some people watching over there in TikTok. Drop us a message. Come hang out. Hit that follow. And get ready for some more hammer action. This is so you might look, oh, this is 1,000 points aside because this is Custodes. So yes, this is 1,000 points aside, exactly to the point. So this is a real game. You're watching real Warhammer. Absolutely. Cleanse, so obviously is on the shooting phase. Our units that are in objective marker, not in deployment zone, they will have to perform this action to try and cleanse. So it is a difficult mission for us. Honestly, I might get rid of it just because our army does not do well. We're not going to be bogging down, not shooting at things, trying to cleanse, especially on this map, especially on this army. So it's really bad. So probably going to use one of my 2 mulligans. And sabotage is exactly the same problem. Sabotage is not going to be so. Gold starting off badly by using his 2 mulligans to discard his both secondaries. So no more mulligans for Gold. And we pull Display of Might and Area Denial. Okay, that's much better. Let's just make sure we get the right text. Display of Might and Area Denial. Also reprint Marked for Death and Attempting Target. So, Display of Might, any battle round at the end of the turn, if you have more units from your enemy wholly within no man's land in your opponents for VP. Area Denial, one of your units wholly within 3 inches of center, or no enemies are within 3 inches of center, or no enemies within 6 inches. Yeah, good luck with that. I mean, we'll see. And then mark for death. Here we are. So everything else will come later. So right away, marble. What is marble gonna want to do? Marble has a tempting target, which is to move into that objective over there, which is obviously tempting, and we want to do it, and we gotta do it if we want to start getting some points. So it actually might be, I mean, we were challenged to do it. Do we dare to do it? We would be in cover. Let me see. We would be soaking up units. They also still might take So I think we're gonna do it. And furthermore, so I'm gonna measure, of course, because we have a lot of range here, so I'm moving it very freely. But this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that secondary is actually, let's see, 6 inches. So it's 1, 2. Oh, so it's actually in there, in the middle. Yeah, so it's actually here. So it would be right here and right here. And that makes more sense. And yes, we are taking this here, because this distance might seem very close, but it's not as close as it seems, though it is close. We are not in, what would say, cover or anything like that. So, but this allows us to do here a bit more. So, we can, of course, and we shall, because this is something that we already. So even before that, we're gonna pay our 1 CP. So we're gonna separate the Alaris. We're actually gonna separate the Alaris. And the Alaris would be around there, so they're gonna move around into this cover. Here, this one that would be there is actually gonna advance kind of diagonally here, not exactly within cover, but they would remain. The idea is that to remain still 6 inches away from that unit. And this one is actually going to be able to enter here. So of course I'm gonna roll an advance for this one that I should have already rolled, but it doesn't really matter. So it's 10. They actually 10 inches, it would move them right here. That one over here is not gonna advance. I'm just trying to make sure that. So this unit would actually be within this cover here. This one would have moved here. So this one moved up, this one moved here, and this one moved diagonally, meaning they'll all be within 6 inches. So this one wouldn't be able to move as much. So it would be here. So that's in line with this objective here. This one will be in line of over there. So this one advanced. Perfect. And we have, of course, our Blade Champion. Our Blade Champion. So of course those although these guys don't have blast on the grenade launchers, they do have so they have blast on grenade launchers, they have assault on the spears, so they'll be able to shoot even after advancing, though only the spears. So I'm hoping I get to shoot my grenades right. I can shoot the grenades. So hopefully that will help. And of course our intrepid Blade Champion and his wardens are gonna make an advanced move as well. So that's not a lot. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Barely getting, almost getting into range of that target, but not quite. They would not get into range of that target quite just yet. Actually, no, come think about it, they will be right over there skirting. One of them at least would actually be touching it, which is very interesting. One of them would actually be skirting that. That's pretty much all that we can do right now. Oh, this cable is the one that's disconnected. Let me get it out. We don't really need this anymore, not the way we're playing here. So, I'm just gonna be double checking because most of this is learning about these quests, what they do. Let's see, marble. And we haven't gotten into any fighting out here yet. We have used our CP, we don't have CP. Gold does have still his CP. We are going, of course, into the shooting phase, and we're gonna start with our friends over here. So he in fact advanced, that's right, but this one had not advanced. And again, we're gonna go back and calculate. No, so this circle would be exactly 18 inches. I'm not sure if we'd made it all the way there. Considering that one with advancement, was it there? No. But we are obviously in range of shooting our Guardian Spear. So that's 2 hitting on 2s, 1 hit. strength 4. They have, of course, 6. So it's hitting on 5s plus -1 because of the isolation. Hitting on 4. It is a hit. They're saving on 2s -1 penetration. They need 3s. They get a 5, so no damage. Of course, this is gonna be now the main event. Our 2 Virtus Praetors, they're gonna be shooting salvo launcher, 2 attacks each, and they're gonna be shooting him. So now I have to decide, do they go to ground and use their because they're not in cover. You know, we're gonna risk it. I mean, if you don't risk it, you don't win. They already get a bonus from the guards. So the guards have 4 wounds. Yeah, we're gonna risk it. These attacks are not very strong, and who knows? Salvo launcher, 1 attack each, hitting on 2s. Strength 10, and they have, of course, 6. Unless they magically went to 5s. So if it was the same as hitting on 4, the strength is higher. He's hitting on 3s. Hitting on 2s because of isolation, and they both hit. They have AP -3 to save, so they're hitting on. I'm probably gonna regret this. So we're saving on 5s, and 1 is saved. The other one hits, which is D6 +1. So anything between 2 and 7 damage is coming through. So the likeliness that one of them is gonna die. Oh, and we actually re-roll. We wouldn't need to we had the possibility to re-roll wounds, but it went through, so we didn't need to re-roll the wound. Here we go. Let's see. Does he die or not? They have 4 wounds each, so 3s. 3 up is a kill. And it's a 6, so that's 7 damage straight to the face of this one guard. we're gonna remove this annoying guy that has the sword in the air. To be honest, he's not even the one that takes the most space. The one that takes the most space is the guy flashing his spear around. So yeah, they got one of our cards, but we still have one of our CPs. To be honest, not great, not terrible. Marble really can't do much more in this position. So, of course, we're gonna go into the charge phase. This is where it gets a bit tricky. Because since we're enjoying our presence, we kind of don't want to leave our point. This guy can't charge to hit it. So if we leave there, let me count. We need a 7-inch charge to get into Trajan with the bikes. We would drop control of our point, but I mean, we have to do it. If we get rid of Trajan, then the board control is ours. What? Since when did this reset? Gotta put the missions manually because I don't know, they disappeared. I messed up something. So it was What? I was messing with round 2. Why is it not letting me? Man. As soon as you make a mistake, sadly have to delete and start again. So we gotta get a different one other than display of might. So we got no prisoners, destroyed one enemy unit. Yeah, we're already on it. We're on it. You know we gotta do it to them. Marvel has gained 1, spent 1. Gold has spent 1, has won 1 and not done. So I can see we need a 7. We got a 6, so the charge actually fails. Very interesting. Very interesting. Gold will be pleased with that. Let's double check. What can we do? moving swiftly along. It is movement phase for gold. And of course they will actually move straight into here. That unit will advance. With a 6, they actually get to move straight onto the objective. So one of them stays in a cover. The other stays here. The other can actually kind of almost hide as well. Actually gets them visibility towards this unit and towards this unit, so they can do some damage. And of course we're gonna have our captain in the bike. He will swiftly want to move you would actually be able to go here, be very close. No, please don't fall. Whatever you do. There we are. Would in fact be a bit further out. And be indeed getting visibility to shoot and charge, which can be risky, but so here comes the big play. So Trajan is gonna shoot his Watcher's axe. In this case, his Eagle Scream. Hitting on 2s. Yeah, just thinking. So he can re-roll wounds of 1. Five. He'll be hitting on 5s plus 1 bonus. He's hitting on 4s. And that's 1. AP minus 2 saving on. So he can re-roll wound. So no. So saving on 4s. And didn't save. So that's 3 damage. Straight to the face. Virtus, one of the Virtus Praetors, is down to 2 wounds. So yes, the signal blade is 2 shots for each, hitting on 2s. You start to see these dice. Strength 4 versus toughness 7. That would be hitting on 5s, 1 bonus, hitting on 4s. Wounding on 4s can reroll once. Rerolling the 1. Four wounds. Saving on 2s, -1. Saving on 3s. And 2 damage goes through, and one of the bikes actually blows up. And you know what? Once per battle, once this unit shoots, we're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway. We can shoot again. We're gonna use our once per battle. So again, very quick, very effective. Eagle Stream, 2 attacks, hitting on 2s. Strength 5, hitting on 5s, bonus, hitting on 4. Wounding on 4. I can re-roll the 1. Wound. AP -2, saving on 4s. And saved, no damage there. 6 attacks. Hitting on 2+. Wounding on 4s, re-rolling 1s. They all wound. And it is 1 AP, saving on 3s. That's 3 saves, 2 shots go in. That's 4 damage. He's down to 1 wound. That was some decent damage right there from the guards. That's what happens when you're fighting for this center heavy. So we're gonna have to try and do something here. Just calculating how much would I need for a charge. I believe from how I positioned it, probably literally a 4 is enough to charge, but we're not on the charge phase just yet because there's still a bunch of shooting going on. Our captain is, of course, his salvo launcher hitting on 2. Strength 10, that means wounding on I'm tired. Of course, wounding on 2s and re-rolling wounds. Saving on 5, AP -3. So saving on 5s. And they fail to save. And the damage will be D6 +1. So that's 6 damage. That is 1 dead. Could have been enough to kill 2, but we killed 1. So according to my map, I'm just checking because we haven't made these decisions yet. But I think we'd easily need like a 6 to charge. Maybe even a 5. Yeah, 6. But there's still shooting here to be done. This unit has visibility both for these two, but since this one is a bit hidden, we're gonna get rid of this because this one is actually gonna be trying to get 1 point that we definitely want. So we're gonna shoot our grenade launcher. So that's a D6 for each. So that's 6, 7, 8. 8 attacks, hitting on 2s. Strength 4, so hitting on 5 plus 1 bonus, hitting on 4s. AP minus 1, so saving on 3s. And saves 1, but eats 2 damage. Goes down to 2 wounds. So of course we got our Castellan, our Guardian Spear. So that will be 2 shots each. Hitting on 2s. Strength 4 would be hitting on 5s, but with separation anxiety will be hitting on 4s, wounding on 4s. So that's 1 wound. AP minus 1 means saving on 3s. And it's saved. So no damage there from those 6 attacks. I think that's all our shooting done. So of course we have to charge. I could teach you, but I had to charge. So we get a 6. And of course that charge is gonna succeed. I don't think it's gonna take a genius, but we'll see. Trajan is gonna swing his big axe 6 times. Is of course hitting on 2s. They all hit. Strength 5. So of course toughness 7. So strength 5, toughness 7 would be hitting on 5s plus bonus. It's wounding on 4s. But of course we get we didn't get lethal hits. Doesn't matter, they all went through anyway. So obviously Trajan with AP -2. So forced to save. Forgot to reroll wounds of 1. I doubt it will matter, and it doesn't matter because he gets 6 hammer blows to the face and he's out of here. Definitely not going the way they hoped. So we're able to consolidate of course into our tempting target. One of our alpha units also got destroyed. Marble not doing too good. So that's all. So we're gonna go to the charges. Like I was saying before, I do believe that our captain, oh captain, I don't think he wants to charge into them, but I also don't think he's gonna have a choice. Gold, of course, has to weigh. Thanks so much for hanging out.
On the first day of July in 1946, E-29 strike with Custodes from Adrian Florida and headed to the front of the North Americas, where they could attack the nuclear bomb. The atomic area had just begun, and the United States Armed Forces pushed into purpose of British warplanes in Europe, and until the Netherlands ever needed a southern challenge. An experiment from the first, and the effort to prove that the Model Ts were still holding their resistance. They carried the British from Custodes, and it started when a 23-kiloton nuclear device was detonated into the first fleet of the Allied ships. Many vessels were severely impaired, then emerged virtually unscathed. Because the remaining Prince Haven captured Pittsburgh and Cruiser.
It's a good time to try and analyze what really are the capabilities of this shield captain on Dawn Eagle jet bike. So that would be 6 attacks hitting onto strength 7, so that's wounding on 4s, wounding on 3s. +1 to wound land roll on charge. And of course, lethal hits. You know what? We gotta try. We're not on the point they are. We can get in some 6 good hits. We have 8 wounds. We're not doing anything if we don't go contested. So I think I said we needed 7 or 6. Roll first, count later. Might not be necessary. 7. So, any case, 7 is what we said we would need. Boom. Charged. Straight at them.
Next challenge, redeploying a suitable noon for the first atomic experiments and training test in July of 1945, and the first detonation of a nuclear device after the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
So I'm gonna spend.
In late 1945, the might of nuclear weapons was well documented, but there was little knowledge about its reach. There was some awareness of fallout and the after effects of radiation.
So we are not gonna charge here, but Goldie's gonna spend on
search for a suitable test area would challenge it. designated to be in the middle of nowhere, but still within the US or in US-controlled territory. In addition, the test zone had to be uninhabited, at least 300 miles from the nearest city, with a nearby air base, and with a comprehensively protected anchorage, at least 6 miles to assemble.
Fearless fighter, so you're gonna get precision, allocate wounds to characters.
Radioactive materials as condensed. The top candidates soon emerged, in the form of a bikini atoll in the Marshall Islands. However, there were 167
And of course,
and in March of 1956,
we have
naval authorities addressed the community, convinced them to leave
lethal hits.
in the name of the good of mankind, and an experiment that sought to end all world wars. The Bikinians agreed, and they were evacuated to their own Jericho atoll, 120 miles away. An enormous test plant was assembled during the following months, including 242 target ships and support vessels, along with 156 aircraft. Targets included 4 obsolete type ships, carriers, cruisers,
6
carriers, 8 submarines, and
attacks, hitting on 2s,
This fleet incorporated a few enemy vessels from the war,
no lethal hits. They all hit.
as well as the German Prince Fabian cruiser.
Strength 7.
This subject was included, ranging from ice to gates. The focus was always on the impact on warships. Crossroads tests.
They have 6. So, winning on 3s, winning on 2s, and re-rolling, and adding +1 to wound. So they all wound. It's wounding on 1s. Wait, but 1s always fail.
Initially, Pear was pre-programmed to everything. They were needed in combat as soon as possible, and thus transferred to radio-powered commerce and war at sea, officially kicking off Operation Rhino.
So I still have to roll.
Despite the secret nature of the mission, the Swedish vessel quickly spotted them, and they were also identified by British aircraft. Regardless, they crossed the Denmark Strait as to avoid further detection. Their radars turned on and fled. Soon, HMS Suffolk sighted the Germans, but stayed put until reinforcements arrived. However, Prince Eugen spotted the British cruiser, and a brief engagement ensued, along with the incoming HMS Norfolk. During the confrontation, Bismarck knocked out her own radar with her guns. The German ships then retreated into the fog, and the last visual sighting reported Bismarck in the lead. However, with her radar gone, it was Prince Eugen's turn to lead the operation, and the cruiser took on the scouting role, which shielded her companion's fate. The Battle of the Denmark Strait began in the early morning of May 24th against the battle cruiser Hood and the battleship Prince of Wales. Believing Prince Eugen was Bismarck, Hood targeted her instead. Hence Bismarck was free to assault the British battle cruiser, eventually destroying Hood and damaging Prince of Wales.
If I have strength higher than the enemy's toughness, and I have +2 to wounds, I still have to roll because 1s always fail, right?
She dodged enemy convoys and reached for safety on June 1st. The Royal Air Force found the cruiser, and she would undergo repairs until the end of the year. Early in 1942, Prince Eugen, battleships Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, and an escort with fortified defenses in the zone of Destiny. It was nicknamed the Norwegian Heavy. But before redeployment, the vessels had to travel safely to Germany. Famous Channel Dash began in February. Sailing close to the French coast, the small fleet fended off minor swordfish torpedo bombing attacks, and delayed torpedoes from destroyers and fire from coastal batteries. Prince Eugen reached fatherland unscathed, unlike her companions, which suffered significant damage. While serving in Norway, the cruiser took torpedo hit from the HMS Triton submarine, but made it to port and back to Germany, successfully eluding 4 squadrons of torpedo bombers. However, she couldn't return to Norway due to constant British blockades and remained in the Baltic, training baguettes. She would then offer fire support against the Red Army as they pressed the Germans back towards the end of the war. Unlike many of her companions, Prince Eugen would also be assaulted by Lancasters and bombed several times, always emerging unscathed. Then, in May of 1945, she surrendered to the British Navy and eventually became the war correspondent for the U.S. Operation Crossroads was planned to include 3 tests, codenamed Able and Airburst, Baker, a shallow underwater detonation, and Charlie, similar but deep underwater.
That's what I thought. So, or go through.
On July 1st, the B-29 Superfortress spelled Dave's Dream took off from Cleveland Airfield, carrying the Batman nuclear device from the kill. Dave's Dream dropped the bomb at 28,000 feet and killed the detonator 520 feet above the target 48 seconds later. The 23-kiloton explosion engulfed the fleet and made a significant radiation from the area. As there was almost arbitrary agreement, the rather near recent surface explosion would be a witch's story, and this would be true to a lesser extent of the other tests. There would probably be enough plutonium near the surface to poison and combine armed forces of the United States, their highest wartime strength. However, only 5 vessels sank, proving less damaging than expected, and Prince Eugen merely suffered from event burns and ripped the ship in main-mast. The official report indicated that 6 ships were severely damaged and 8 more were impaired. In a real-world scenario, 40 vessels would have been put out of action. Less than a month later, the underwater detonation of the Baker test, the bomb named Helen of Bohemia, did not affect the cruiser in any significant way. The area and ships were extensively contaminated, all but. The 3rd test never occurred, because of the U.S.'s inability to decontaminate the ships on the way out through sea spray. The island's inhabitants were never able to return home. 6 months later, Prince Eugen capsized and sank halfway into the sand of the shallow waters, having survived 2 nuclear blasts. The wreck can still be found in the same spot over half a century later, where new life was emerging from the Blue Zone, now merely a debris field. On May 5th, 1944, the massive USS Colorado battleship left San Francisco for Pearl Harbor as part of Operation Forager, the Allied bid to seize the Central Pacific from the hands of the Imperial Japanese forces. During an extremely violent encounter in Tinian, Colonel Robert B. Lee would get the first taste of war's brutality. Colorado was struck 22 times by a shore battle, causing significant damage to the ship and several losses. However, the worst was yet to come for Lee and the rest of the Colorado crew. The battleship was then ordered to serve as part of the campaign of Britain in November, arriving just in time to be on the receiving end of the Russian assault.
Oh, yes, indeed.
As the skies darkened with Japanese attack blockades and anti-aircraft fire, he fiercely defended Colorado from his gun post, the waters hovering all around the U.S. fleet, and the explosions and bullets raining down upon the American forces.
AP -2. Saving on force. Saves 2. Heat eats 2. So, not great. Not great. Potential, but squandered. In many ways. So, he does eat 4 wounds, but the Blade Champion stands at 2 wounds.
Before conflict arose in Europe, Colorado served at the battlefield in the Pacific, participating in training and drill exercises. Still, even in peacetime, The American battleship took part in vital U.S. missions, spearheading the fleet's 1925 Trans-Pacific trip to Australia and
So Marvel
in search for missing aviator and
does not have area denial. Marvel does not have no prisoners. Gold does have the tempting target and destroyed one of the Alpha units. Absolutely.
In November 1942 to September 1943, she was deployed to the Pacific to guard against a possible Japanese invasion. During this time, USS Colorado became one of the oldest ships in the South Pacific. Still, this didn't stop her from providing formidable support during the Tarawa invasion in 1943.
Marvel.
The battleship and her crew would bravely serve during the landings at Frontierland and Newark in January and February of 1944, and the Marianas efforts in June and July, where the aging vessel provided essential support to airline landing operations. The battleship's look would not be on forever, and it drastically changed in the summer of 1944. After finding success in the Gilbert and Marshall Islands campaigns, the U.S. military began to prepare an assault on Tinian Island, with a hope to recapture it when Guam had been taken by the Japanese Imperial Forces right after the surprise raid on Pearl Harbor. Another important objective for the U.S. was the northern area of Tinian. This heavily fortified landmass
How is the OC calculated again?
taking Tinian would be a massive blow to Japanese territorial integrity in the Pacific and the Japanese, expecting an attack to come in a day, reinforced the island heavily. The landmass protected by the 50th Infantry Regiment, commanded by Colonel Kiyoshi Okada. Then, on May 12, 1943, an additional 2,349 Marines of the 3rd Special Forces Group and 950 Marines of the 56th Naval Guards were transferred to the island on foot. The reinforcements took over the defense of the island's airstrips, taking command of all the heavy artillery guns around the airfields and opening on heavy anti-aircraft guns. Over 4,110 soldiers of various units defended the airports and the perimeter around the island. On July 16th, the U.S. Navy began the assault on Tinian, paved the way for the 4th Marine Division, which was expected to land 6 days later. USS Colorado, 2 other battleships, 5 cruisers, and 16 destroyers were tasked with the naval bombardment before the landing operations. Shelling began, with the U.S. ships raining fire over the island's airfields and beach defenses. However, Japanese resistance to the naval strikes was fierce and unrelenting, as the defending troops made formidable use of the numerous 150mm shore batteries they had at their disposal to return the fire the U.S. Navy was dealing with the island defenses. Destroyer and Marine strength were both plummeted by Japanese shore batteries.
So at least I contested it. So that's good.
The scene was described by General Robert E. Lee in no uncertain terms. Many of the last men were close friends of the enemy, and the attack took a heavy toll on him. Little did he know, he would experience a far more lethal attack only a few minutes later. Robert E. Lee was a young and ambitious Navy recruit who decided to join his family's military tradition by joining the Navy as soon as he came of age on February 13th, 1944. As a friendly and easygoing fellow, Lee made numerous friends soon after being appointed a gunner aboard the battleship USS Colorado on April 23rd. Still, despite his aspiring yearnings, destiny had planned a dark and cruel fate for USS Colorado. After being grounded for repairs, Colorado was tasked to resume combat off Leyte in November. By this time, the U.S. campaign to seize the Philippine Islands was in full swing, and the Japanese were ready to defend the vital region to the very last moment. As the U.S. prepared to invade the island of Leyte, Colorado was sent to support the Japanese, witnessing the overwhelming loss of territories, men, and ships, became increasingly desperate, employing more and more suicide tactics in an effort to cripple the Allied advance with the limited resources they still possessed. On November 27th, the U.S. fleet supporting the invasion was surprised by a massive air raid of over 60 Japanese attack planes. George B. Mann, with his shipmates, recounted the event, quote, "As we went around in circles, the Japs came in, and all the ships opened fire. The wheel broke to the pit and to it. The planes kept coming in on us, as we couldn't tell if our radar was working the way it should because of the rain. The task force was surrounded by islands, making the sailors doubt their radar read, as more and more warplanes poured into the battlefield. Several Allied ships were severely damaged by the impact's fire and kamikaze strikes. 2 Japanese aircraft then penetrated Colorado's repelling fire amid the chaos, slamming themselves into the battleship's deck in a spectacular firestorm, left U.S. sailors temporarily drowned. Mann continued, quote, "At 1 in the afternoon, a couple of planes came in and hit us on the port gallery deck. The explosion of the machine gun bolts roared as it hit. Parts flew from the fantail head of the ship 100 feet into the air. Flash almost blinded me as it crawled out all over us. I didn't know what happened for a minute. I felt a small piece of flesh hit me in the chest, and one guy in front of me complained about his knee, which was hit. I knew then it never quit." It would not been immediately neutralized.
So, with that being said, we're gonna go. I think things are gonna happen quite quickly now. Lee was severely wounded, but the young sailor managed to control the pain, even joking with him as he was being carried out on a stretcher. Despite the great efforts the medics to keep the sailors alive, most of the injured men Gonna make a normal move straight to the center.
Japanese kamikaze strikes inflicted 91 hits on Colorado's crew, but also damaged the ship. The significant losses suffered by the American sailors were deeply ingrained. The Allied servicemen soon liberated the Philippines from Japanese control, and the USS Colorado continued to support them until the last day.
Of course, we have to make sure that we're gonna be 6 inches away from this friend.
Inside the submarine's metal structure, Captain Joseph F. England stood at the post, eyes scanning the horizon. His experience assured himself its night was full of threat, hunted by a past film that nearly ended his career. This night, particularly, the Emirates' focus remained fixed on the dark seas, pivotal by needing to make the trip. Then, sight, a faint shape in the distance, a large unknown enemy ship. Just before midnight, on November 28th, 1944, the USS Archerfish roared to life, starting its chase about 100 miles south of Tokyo Bay. The captain sent an urgent message to Pearl Harbor, leading the boat, and pursuing a large aircraft carrier. Unknowingly, Archerfish had found Shinano, the world's largest aircraft carrier, on a desperate nighttime run with near pursuit of Japan's Indian fleet. In the darkest days of World War II, as the balance of power began to tip against the once almighty Japanese Empire, an audacious plan was hatched within the halls of the Imperial Navy. Following the devastating loss of 4 fleet carriers, the Battle of Midway in June 1942, the Japanese Empire recognized the dire need for a vessel that could replenish the fleet, redefine naval warfare, and above all, save the Union. Laid down in 1930, Shinano was initially envisioned as the third Yamato-class battleship, sister to Yamato and Musashi. However, fate had other plans for this massive, still under construction battleship. The Japanese Navy decided to convert it into an aircraft carrier, surpassing all others in size, capability, and weight. The work on converting Shinano into a carrier began in 1943, drastically altering the design to include a flight deck, hangar decks, and other essential features for aircraft operations. This conversion was both a titanic undertaking and a high-stakes gamble for the Imperial Navy. As such, the new ship's existence became one of Japan's most closely guarded wartime secrets, and great efforts were made to keep the Allies in the dark. A tall fence was erected on 3 sides of the Great Wall, and any mention of the new ship would bring the most severe punishments upon anyone indiscreet enough to speak of it. As a result,
I think that's fair, and they both actually got into it while remaining the separation.
was to become the largest aircraft carrier at its time. The behemoth displacing around 72,000 tons, designed to triple as many Allied ships as possible. Below deck, Shinano was equipped with state-of-the-art technology, including exclusive compartmentalization to enhance her survivability, almost on a single ship, and a sophisticated damage control system. The arsenal was equally impressive. It wielded a formidable set of anti-aircraft guns that threw a warning to any that dared challenge its supremacy. Inside, Shinano was ready to help a fleet of aircraft, prepared to be unleashed at a moment's notice. More than just a ship, Shinano symbolized Japan's refusal to bow down. As she moved proficiently, this wonder of naval engineering awaited her place as a crown jewel of Japanese fleet. As work on Shinano progressed in Japan, a smaller American submarine was built and finished in equal time.
Jesus.
USS Archerfish, which 110 Black-Eyed submarine, measured 311 feet in length and displaced 1,526 tons. This sleek submarine's specifications, while modest compared to the behemoths that patrolled the waters, were ideally suited for her designated role as a hunter of the deep. Powered by diesel engines and electric motors, she could reach 20.25 knots while serviced and 8.75 knots submerged. Her impressive range allowed for extended patrols in enemy-infested waters. Her armament was also highly effective, equipped with 10 21-inch torpedo tubes, fired in spectacle and robust anti-aircraft defenses. During World War II, Archerfish was assigned to Pacific Fleet, which had patrols primarily focused on the waters off Japan and one of the South China Sea, where she was tasked with intercepting Japanese ships and naval vessels. USS Archerfish embarked on her maiden patrol in May 1944, under the watchful eye of Lieutenant Commander George W. Kelly, telling to the turbulent waters of the American sailors. In time, bad luck seemed to follow the small Archerfish, as unfavorable weather prevented her crew from spotting and attacking targets. Frustration mingled with determination as Archerfish's crew continued hurling their skills, a hunger for victory drove the day. Finally, on Archerfish's third patrol in June 1944, she struck with precision, attacking and sinking an 810 Japanese patrol craft, a small but significant challenge in the vast and unforgiving Pacific Fleet. With the arrival of a new commander, Captain Clark, Archerfish's fourth patrol, more determined part was separated. During this time, the crew managed to sink several vessels, including the destroyer Oscar. Confidence gained within the stable heart of the Archerfish, she proved the goal. This would soon change. Right before the submarine's fifth patrol in the fall of 1944, the new commander, Joseph F. Emmett, took command. Captain Emmett was no stranger to the demanding nature of submarine warfare. Seasoned naval officer, he had previously been the commander of the USS Base, the battle cruiser. While leading this vessel, he had an opportunity to attack the Japanese aircraft carrier Shokaku, for Felix failed to hit the target. This failure resulted in his removal from command in 1943, and soon, Emmett found himself yearning for a chance at redemption. His opportunity came with USS Archerfish. Emmett steered Archerfish into her fifth patrol on October 30th, 1944, following the orders of Japan, the region's leader of enemy vessels, but also a threat of danger. He was a driven man, carrying the weight of past errors and determined to prove himself. Emmett's leadership style was cautious, not aggressive. He emphasized thorough training and preparation, instilling in his crew the same passionate sense of duty that built within him. Fate had something extraordinary in store for this determined submarine and her ceasing command. 2 weeks after Archerfish departed for her fifth patrol, and under her new leadership, the Imperial Japanese Navy formally commissioned the supercarrier Shinano on November 19th in Tokyo. Worried for her safety, following a flyover by a U.S. reconnaissance bomber near her location, the Navy General Staff ordered the carrier to depart the crew immediately. where I remember what pretty much would take place. However, the captain, Toshio Abe, requested a delay in the sailing. Most of the ship's weathertight doors had yet to be installed, and compartment air tests were still pending. Unsealed holes for electrical cables, ventilation ducts, and pipes were widespread. The fire mains and bearing systems, lacking pumps, were inoperable. Most importantly, Abe stressed that although the majority of the 1,900 officers and crew had seagoing experience, they still lacked training with the portable pumps on board. After Shimano's escorting destroyers to the voyage, Isakaze, Yukikaze, and Honokaze returned from the Navy Warranty Gulf with new repairs, as well as a resting period for their crews, carrying electric data and other information. Aboard the unfinished ship, upon which the Empire and Kindred ships were securing the Pacific, while a large portrait of Emperor Hirohito and flying bridge, around it the limited quarters and stores of the mission. That month, Aquafish was assigned a report.
So he can't write his name, and that's like a year ago. That guy is so annoying. He's so clickbaity.
When the airstrikes against Tokyo were cancelled on November 11th, Aquafish was free to patrol the waters near Tokyo again, seeking out enemy vessels. On the night of November 28th, a thrilling opportunity arose. Captain Emmerich spotted a massive enemy presence on the sea's surface. After surfacing, the submarine's lookouts confirmed an enormous aircraft carrier, escorted by several destroyers.
That being said, yes, something weird, but probably Iran, Russia, some kind of interference like that.
Navigating 6-hour chase between the small submarine and the Japanese sailors. In addition to the inexperienced crew, Commander Toshio Abe had misjudged the number of his pursuers. He incorrectly assumed that the half of submarines was tracking, as was the standard procedure. The Aquafish was over the deep one. When Abe engaged unusual zigzagging tactics, he actually zigzagged his way straight into Aquafish. When he basically called out command, he just continued his straight path. These mistakes gave early the opening. Knowing that he was chasing something huge, even if he didn't go exactly where it was, Emmerich decided to launch his torpedo a bit further than normal. To sink anything like big, he decided, might need to be attacked further out its front. While this deviated from protocol, the skipper was followed with his guidance. Each way. After patiently trailing the ship, they maneuvered the submarine ahead and waited for it to fall in the roll of fire. When she did, he ordered the boat to submerge and prepare to attack. Shortly before he launched his torpedoes, Captain Emmerich took one final quick look at the Japanese ship through his periscope, quickly making a sketch of the ship with future reference. When the submarine's target was just 1,400 yards away, Aquafish fired 6 torpedoes at the carrier. After watching 2 torpedoes hit the mystery ship, the submarine quickly went deeper in the ocean to avoid retaliatory depth charges from the destroyers. At least 6 of Emmerich's torpedoes hit Shimano. The third strike was particularly disastrous, flooding into the boiler rooms. When the incomplete structure failed, 2 adjacent compartments also fell. Whether due to a lack of training or equipment, the crew could not counter the flying fast enough. In desperation, Captain Abe had 2 of the destroyers in the group try to tow Shimano near the shore, hoping to beach her and have the vessel ready to fight over again. That was a lost cause, and the inexperienced crew could do nothing to save it. Soon, the captain gave the order to abandon the ship. Less than an hour later, the ill-fated vessel had never got the chance to fulfill her mission, finally capsized, sinking stern first for the loss of 1,425 people, including the captain, who chose to go down with the ship. After 48 days on site, triumphant quick patrol of the USS Aquafish came to a close on December 15th. Initially, the Office of Naval Intelligence acknowledged that Aquafish had sunk a cruiser, not believing that any carriers were in that situation. However, Captain Emmerich had made sketches of the tank, and he and the submarine were later credited with sinking a 28,000-ton carrier. The sub received the Petty Engineering citation, and Captain Emmerich was awarded the Navy Cross. Whatever it was, the now vindicated Emmerich and his crew immediately hit a really big ship, and they sailed up their next work trip. It wasn't until after the war that the captain and all his men were asleep. acts of which have made history by destroying the Imperial Japanese Navy Shimoda, the largest warship of the Empire. To this day, Dr. Fish holds the record for sinking the biggest ship that a submarine has ever taken down. Following this revolution, Fleet Admiral Chester W. Nimitz concluded by saying, quote, "It is fitting that an American submarine should climax the undersea campaign against Japanese warships by sending down a new queen of the Imperial Navy before she had an opportunity to come to it." In 1942, Malta's future lay on threat. This final British stronghold faced ceaseless Axis bombing, people teetering in the formation. While rumors of surrender floated among the Allies, many of their own Navy's disastrous PQ-17 combination was annihilated in the outbreak of Skid Row. Rumors were not true. Now more than ever, Britain needed a victory. Besides, British warplanes formulated one of their boldest naval moves yet, Operation Custodes. That's was a critical rescue mission. 14 merchant ships embarked, including the vital oil tanker Ohio, their paths shielded by 2 battleships, 3 fleet aircraft carriers, and over 40 other destroyers, corvettes, and submarines. Their objective was clear of their enemies. With their battleship, they were going to navigate their fleet in the sea, healing with access submarines, warplanes, and ships. It would be one of the most hilarious expeditions of the war. The survival of the Allies' most important base, planned and built to war. Having scanned 122 square miles, Malta, the conveniently located rocky island with harbors and airfields, was a vital foothold for British air and naval forces, and staging post for operations across the entire central Mediterranean. British Carrier was also critical for any future invasion plans for Italy and northern Africa. As such, this strategic linchpin became a prime target for enemy forces. For 2 relentless years, German and Italian bombers tried to pluck the island. Yet British troops and the Maltese locals held firm, conducting the war's longest defense action. By late spring 1942, however, the island situation reached a tipping point. Buildings lay ruined or damaged from no daily Axis bomb raids. Most importantly, supplies of wheat, flour, oil, aviation fuel, and anti-aircraft ammunition were critical.
Oh, so I did have control.
General John de Gaulle, Malta's governor, and President of World War I sent a message to British Prime Minister Winston Churchill. Food and petrol would be exhausted by August 7. Life for citizens and British troops was hanging on the thread. With the clock ticking, the British Admiralty mounted one last ditch effort, a large relief plane accompanying Operation Pedestal, the goal of resupplying Malta and starting off the people. Returning to the United Kingdom from a successful operation that culminated in the occupation of the Vichy French base in Madagascar, Vice Admiral Edward Neville Sanford learned he'd been chosen to command the Pedestal. This would be the largest and most powerful convoy attempt in yet, boasting a heavy fleet escort, 2 battleships, 3 aircraft carriers, 1 artillery, 23 destroyers, 7 submarines, and 13 merchant ships. The most critical among them was the USS Ohio, a United States Navy ship crewed by British men, chosen to be the only fast tanker available on such short notice. Inside, the ship carried 13,000 tons of oil. The rest of the merchant vessels were filled with food, flour, ammunition, backup oil, and other essential supplies. A decoy operation was planned to distract German and Italian naval and air units, as Axis commanders were aware that the British would attempt another relief operation from Malta, as they'd done twice before without positive results. Meanwhile, Air Vice Marshal Keith Park of Malta had a torpedo bomber strike force ready to protect the colony. This monumental operation, the largest and riskiest naval mission to be launched in the Mediterranean, was crucial for Malta's survival, and the red of the honor of being returned. As the convoy ships convened at the Halex Naval Base, the Royal Navy's headquarters in Scotland, Captain W. Mason, commander of the Ohio tanker, just as crew and petty officers' mess, laying bare the monumental journey that lay ahead. We sailed this afternoon. Our destination was Malta. We all know what that means. Ohio was the only tanker. We'll be fighting with 13,000 tons of high-power food aboard. Now is the time for anyone wanting to back out to say so. However, be warned. If you choose to disembark, you'll be kept in custody of the Naval Provost Marshal until the operation concludes. Secrecy is paramount. All officers and sailors decided to proceed. On the night of August 3rd, the main convoy departed. A week later, as the vessels entered the Straits of Gibraltar in the warm waters of the Mediterranean, Each merchant ship skipper opened a sealed envelope received at the time of the conference. Inside was a goodwill message from the First Leader. That day, the convoy entered the Strait. On the north side, the Allied forces faced relentless attacks from German and Italian submarines, aircraft, and surface vessels. Despite the constant threat, the convoy and Ohio pressed on, bringing out the assaults with a single-minded determination to deliver the vital supplies to their destination as swiftly as possible. August 11th marked a turning point for the convoy. An onslaught of Axis aircraft and submarines wreaked havoc, sinking several ships, including HMS Eagle, one of the operation's primary aircraft carriers. A harrowing assault on the Escalade the following day. A coordinated Axis attack, a dangerous mix of torpedo bombers and enemy vessels, claimed the cruiser HMS Manchester and two merchant ships filled with supplies. In the face of the relentless Axis aggression, Admiral Seifert was forced into swift, decisive action to evade disaster. His initial strategy, launching aircraft from the fleet carriers HMS Victorious and HMS Indomitable for protection, met a crushing blow. 3 bombs hit Indomitable, and her flight deck was set ablaze, ending with participation in Operation Custodes. Admiral Seifert, with few options left, made the call on the night of the 12th to split the convoy. The fast section, including Ohio, and the slower section. Despite continuous harassment by Italian and German planes, the fast section pressed forward to Malta on the 13th. But Ohio wouldn't escape unscathed. An Italian aircraft's torpedo struck her critically, flooding the tanker, which miraculously didn't explode. The crew, despite the damage, managed to maintain control and kept her moving. The dawn of August 14th found Ohio in a dire situation. Punctured decks, a failing starboard engine, and a functional leak with a mystical words. The water was creeping steadily higher, and over half the crew was either gone or seriously wounded. The crew wasn't ready to abandon the movement, and pushed on, despite the difficult circumstances. Captain Mason faced the alien element, but it would take no more than a miracle to navigate his crippled tanker into Malta's world of North Harbor. During his plundering, the bomb tore through the superstructure, exploding in the engine room and blasting a gaping hole in the port. The blade, sinking lower and lower, was hastily tied to the destroyer of the layer hazards as they fought off continuous torpedo boat attacks throughout the night. Help came just in time, in the form of Admiral Halex Burroughs' fleet airline partners. Burrough relayed the good news to Mason. Only 3 ships had made it through, but the vision was illumination. His message to Ohio's skipper was clear and resolute, but we needed to survive. All Malta awaits your war. God bless you. Thank yourself. As Ohio and her destroyers approached Malta, enemy bombers dived again. The nameless skeleton ships rudder blew a hole in their stern and sunk her into the earth, dragging down her pilot escorts. 8 p.m. on August 14th, the crew finally spotted Malta. Thus, tanks sailed out to assist the fleet ships, and enemy attacks ceased, as the enemy knew that they was left to the sea. As dawn broke, Ohio was spotted only a mile from Grand Harbor. Thousands of civilians, British soldiers, sailors, fled to Iraq for saving goods and miraculous survival. When the tanker passed through the harbor, the silence ashore turned into cheers, followed by guns fired in salute. On board Ohio, Captain Mason, busy fighting the fires, paused to give a faint smile. Some say he even shouted in tears. Congratulations from British authorities and the Admiralty in London soon poured in. But to Captain Mason, the most important of all was from Lord Gork, Governor of Malta, who spoke for the islanders themselves. Quote, "We are all so happy to see you and your fine ship safely in harbor, after such an anxious and hazardous passage. You served Malta." The USS Ohio tanker was berthed at Malta's Territorial Wharf after her precious cargo of 15,000 tons of aviation fuel was unloaded. It was a close call. On the night of August 15th, the commander of the Royal Air Force fighters in Malta reported to Lord Gork that they could now mount unlimited combat sail with crew remotes. Finally, the fourth crippled merchant vessel, the Brisbane Star, also reached an hour, delivering a total of 32,000 tons of food, ammunition, and other supplies, enough to sustain the island bastion for almost 3 months. The delivery of supplies ensured that Malta could continue to function as a crucial base for launching air and sea operations against the Axis supply network in the Pacific, contributing to the eventual success of the Allies in the North African campaign. Among the decorations awarded to survivors of Operation Palestine, Captain Mason was given the George Cross, Britain's highest award for a non-combatant. By 23, her sailors and gunners were also picking up. On April 15th, 1932, Queen George VI awarded the George Prize for the people of Malta for their heroism and devotion, the only time in history when the island has been given a medal. Malta never forgot the Operation Custodes of the harbor. Only less than half of the tanker was towed out of the Grand Harbor for the last time in 1946. The crowds gathered once again to say goodbye to their friends. One of the colossal supercarriers developed by the U.S. Navy after World War II, USS Forrestal was an enormous capital ship built to show the world the extent of U.S. naval supremacy and guarantee its allies a new age of peace and prosperity. The almost 4 football field long vessel immediately became a critical part of U.S. foreign policy, carrying shakedown operations in Guantanamo Bay before the Cuban Missile Crisis, supporting the military coup d'etat against Brazilian President Varela, conducting several naval exercises, taking part in SEALs courses, and breaking numerous world records. But despite its extraordinary achievements, the carrier would be cursed with a series of catastrophic accidents and restrained fires that would haunt the crew for almost 4 decades. To assume its new central role on the world stage after World War II ended, the United States invested heavily in its naval capabilities so it could be better prepared for future threats. Furthermore, it had recently signed a North Atlantic Treaty and was now responsible for providing military support to NATO to deter a Soviet invasion of Europe. The war had put the first nail in the coffin of the old naval doctrine focused on battleships and ship-to-ship combat. Instead, the new carrier-focused principle demanded the creation of larger, more powerful aircraft carriers, able to launch entire swarms of warplanes in a moment's notice. A new class of colossal U.S. carriers of unprecedented size and tonnage that emerged. The Forrestal-class supercarrier was the first in a series of ships built under this new philosophy. It brought unparalleled 75,000-ton weight, a size 25% larger than Midway-class ships, full integration of the angled deck, a huge island, and most importantly, their extreme air wing, capable of carrying up to 100 individual aircraft. The new Forrestal-class ships proved to be a military and naval breakthrough. USS Forrestal was completed in 1955, followed by USS Saratoga, USS Ranger, and USS Independence. At that moment, she would become the largest carrier in the world, surpassing the Japanese Shinano. More importantly, she became the first carrier specifically designed to support jet aircraft, and the first one built with an angled flight deck, steam catapult, and an optical landing system. With its daunting size, state-of-the-art technology, and the ability to deploy an unprecedented number of warplanes from its deck, USS Forrestal quickly became the pride and joy of the U.S. Navy, and the beacon of a new age of American naval supremacy. USS Forrestal deployed from Naval Station Norfolk in Virginia and spent her first year of service in training operations off the Virginia Capes and in the Caribbean. One of many critical tasks she conducted during those initial months was training. As the first ship of her kind, Navy crews had to undergo extensive training to learn how to use the new systems. On January 15, 1957, the supercarrier departed to join the 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean, where she would spend most of her service years. With no significant conflicts in the region, Forrestal conducted several diplomatic tours in which she would visit local ports and take dignitaries and the general public on board. Forrestal made history in November of 1963 when Lieutenant James H. Flatley III and his crew made 21 full-stop landings and takeoffs in a C-130 Hercules aboard the carrier, setting a record for the most significant and heaviest aircraft landing on the Navy aircraft carrier. The feat was an attempt to determine whether the massive Hercules could serve as a super COD, or carrier onboard delivery aircraft, for replenish supercarriers on duty. Despite the success, the landings were later deemed too risky for conventional crews, and they would be restrained. Forrestal continued to serve in the Mediterranean region for several years, allowing the U.S. to respond to significant events immediately. One such occasion was when Forrestal rushed to Tunisia in 1973 to support rescue operations and settled Magdala River near Tunis. A year later, amid the sudden Turkish invasion of Cyprus, USS Forrestal was crucial in helping evacuate U.S. citizens from Cyprus. In a significant joint Navy-Marine Corps operation, Forrestal provided air support as the Sixth Fleet evacuated 466 people in the several times. But supporting U.S. troops was not the 20-year-old ships only needed. Forrestal was chosen to participate in a particular shock test that entailed planting high-yield explosives near the hull of the massive ship to determine that the capital ship could withstand the strain of close-quarters combat and still remain operational. The test showed that the supercarrier was not only massive in size, but also incredibly stable. It is said that the crews aboard USS Forrestal had a generally relaxed and can-do attitude that often overshadowed the safety regulations. Such laxness strongly contributed to the many incidents that occurred on deck throughout the years. In October of 1968, a routine night watch turned into a significant incident. As the last VOW-123E2A took off, it violently skewed and went off the angled deck into the water nose first. The aircraft then flipped over onto its back, breaking its radar beam and quickly submerging as it began to sink. A helicopter-led rescue operation was immediately deployed. 2 crew members were rescued, while the other 2 officers were being lost at sea. Then, on July 10, 1972, while moored at Pier 12 in Norfolk, Forrestal suddenly burst into flames when an operations room below deck ignited due to human error. The fire destroyed $7 million worth of computer equipment and caused the flight deck to glow red from the heat of the fire, suddenly leaving a hole in the surface. Sailors were able to pump water inside the hole to quench the flames, but the ship was severely damaged to the ordeal and underwent 3 months of repairs. The replacement parts needed were taken from USS Nimitz, which was under construction at the time. Another tragedy struck Forrestal on January 15, 1978, as an A-7 Corsair II from DA-81 crashed into her cockpit with 2 men against the ground. The pilot was operating without communication gear due to an onboard malfunction, and as he was making his approach, he saw the light signaling that it was permissible to land. However, he soon realized that the deck was covered with parked and moving aircraft. With no way to pull up, the pilot ejected and survived with minor injuries. Still, his plane crashed into another aircraft. Forrestal suffered at least 3 other fires during her career, all of which were quickly extinguished with no losses. Still, a disaster in July of 1967 would haunt the sailors aboard the supercarrier the rest of their lives. On July 29, 1967, Forrestal was located off the coast of Vietnam, engaged in combat operations in the Gulf of Tonkin. Several camera crews were stationed on deck, recording aircraft launchings and landings as part of the training program. The footage shows the sailors immersed in their routines, with most of them not wearing any safety equipment. Instead of using the special munition elevators to load warheads into aircraft, the sailors lifted the projectiles on their own, disregarding safety procedures. Suddenly, an electrical anomaly caused the Zuni rocket from an F-4B Phantom to fire, striking the external fuel tank of an A-4 Skyhawk in front of it. The gust of fire and debris immediately spread through the aircraft. The sailors quickly rushed to help the pilots who were still on board their aircraft. Blinded by bravery, they failed to realize the flammable jet fuel was already spread across the deck and tipping off the fuel tanks of other planes. A massive chain reaction ensued, with a series of lethal explosions taking place. The tanks and munitions detonated one after another. Several attempts to fight the fire were made. Time and time again, they ended in tragedy, as the crewmen were poorly trained in firefighting protocols and used rubber blasts to quench the flames. However, the burning fuel only spread, further worsening the situation. Eventually, the firefighters had to completely retreat as the fire became uncontrollable, and the fuel began to leak below deck. As other American ships approached to support the Forrestal crew, the Philippines struck fusion equipment to fight the flames. Slowly but effectively, sailors began to regain control of the perilous situation, and it took them 14 hours to put the fire out. In total, 134 sailors lost their lives, and another 161 were injured. The ship stayed afloat, but the damage exceeded $72 million, not including the damage to aircraft. Pilot and future U.S. Senator John McCain and future U.S. Pacific Fleet Commander William George McCoy barely survived the ordeal, as McCain was next in line with the aircraft that misfired projectile that caused the catastrophe. The disaster persuaded the Navy to modify its firefighting practices. It also revised the weapon handling procedures and installed a deck washdown system on all carriers. To improve firefighting training, the new Farrier Firefighting School Learning Center in Winter was named after Chuck Jarrett W. Farrier, commander of Damage Control Team 8, who was among the first to lose their lives during the initial explosions. But despite all the changes, Forrestal would go on to suffer several more fires before she was finally decommissioned in 1993. On December 19th, 1944, the East China Sea churned with violence. Japan's newest aircraft carrier, the Ryu, struggled against the sea, her hull punctured by an American torpedo. On her first combat mission, transporting a secret weapon to her son, she now fought for survival. Despite the hit, the Ryu remained steady, thanks to Captain Kanori Kanoshi's command, keeping the ship's west to just 3 degrees. Nearby, USS Redfish looked beneath the waves. Commander McGregor peered through his periscope, knowing he needed a second satellite to finish the carrier. But then, destroyer Hanuki passed astern, perfectly lined up with Redfish's rear tubes. Unable to resist, he rolled forward. But Hanuki neatly evaded, leaving him with empty tubes and still floating carrier in range. The skipper approached his hasty decisions, knowing he couldn't cost him his prize, quickly refocused on the ship. As his crew frantically reloaded a single torpedo, the never knew that this was his last chance. At 1,000 black bullets, he gave over the power. It would take 45 agonizing seconds to see if they had sealed the fate of the Ryu, one of the Empire's last working aircraft. By early summer 1942, the losses of one right and 4 fleet carriers at the battles of the Hope Sea and Midway sent shockwaves through Japan's naval planning circles. It was not to the Rhine. The Imperial Japanese Navy was losing its grip on the Pacific, and the tide of war was turning against them. In response, admirals hastily drafted an ambitious ship construction program, setting 1,000 boats as far as ship approachability. The whole program was carried out with particular emergency, and between August and December, orders laid the keels for the first 3 Marine-class aircraft carriers, Ryu, Nikki, and Custodes. This new type of ship, scaled down the evolution of the earlier Canadian class, was built to a and stretched 740 feet. Made to be efficient in combat, the Marine-class carriers could each carry up to 57 men, completing battle with deep purpose and anti-aircraft guns. However, lacking the early use of the American powerhouse, these carriers were vulnerable to attack. The plan called for a total of 14 carriers to be built in 1948, with up to 9 under simultaneous construction. Grand Hurricane hinged on critical assumptions of raw materials, industrial capacity, trained personnel, and aircraft production. Once Japan's resources were up, the prospect of a middle class began to weaken. By the time the first of the class, Ryu, began her first deployment within a year, Japan's naval forces were in tears, and the ambitious plot for 14 Marine-class carriers was faltering as the destroyer fleet, crucial for protection, began decimated. With 50 destroyers lost, Japan's newest carriers were left dangerously exposed. The Custodes class, Ryu, heavily Japan's Navy, was commissioned into service in August 1942, under the command of Captain Kanori Kanushi, veteran in the Japan Navy. Originally, the Ryu and her sister carrier, Nikki, were assigned to Daisaku Osamu's naval fleet at the Battle of Nishi Gulf. However, severe shortages of aircraft and trained personnel preventing both carriers from participating in what became Japan's last major naval battle. Following Wakey's devastating defeat in late October, remnants of the Mobile Fleet returned to Japan, and reflection of Vice Admiral Ozawa's flag as the first fleet route. By mid-November, however, mounted vessels disbanded the fleet, and carriers Ryu, Nagi, and the newly arrived Custodes were once again left without a clear purpose. Crippling shortages of fuel, trained pilots, and aircraft, compounded by military weapons, in which more and more kamikaze operations in the Philippines severely limited the carrier's protection. There's nothing left to do. The trio of sisters were relegated to routine patrols between Korea, Ishijima, and Incheon, and were measuring beyond the Inland Sea. For Captain Kanishi and the Ryu's crew, it was a frustrating existence. Like November, it was their first and so far only taste of battle, and they managed to remove a few A6M fighters, and A6M and regional troops, most. At night, further losses in the war, like carrier Shima, and battleship Shima, and submarines, which was too significant, and risked even short coastal trips for training, were cancelled. As a result, the Ryu and their sisters appeared fated to head through the rest of the war in the Inland Sea. On December 13, 1944, news of General Douglas MacArthur's invasion fleet with the Sulu Sea crossed alarm in Tokyo. The long-anticipated invasion of Luzon seemed imminent. The combined fleet responded with equal numbers. Japan's newest experimental weapon was to be rushed to Manila by aircraft carriers in Rio and Ryuga. The weapon was the Oka, a rocket-powered kamikaze aircraft designed to maximum devastation in a single strike. These shuttle blossoms, powered by nuclear missions, were Japan's desperate gambit against overpowering odds. Tiny orders were immediately packaged and loaded into the Ryu's overhand. During over 24-hour strike, the crew worked at deeper space, energized by the constant direction after months of loss. The Ryu was rapidly moving for delivery, and multiple orders were carried. This, where the massive Shinano, nearly before reaching their destination. The Ryu's escort for the important mission was 2 new surprised ships, Yuki and Yuki, optimized for anti-submarine warfare and railroads. On December 15th, they were joined by the carbon destroyer Chivalry. Named originally Philippine carrier Navy, they had no reputation for survival. It was the sole ship to return from devastating battles. At night, intelligence revealed the enemy invasion was targeting Mandela, not Kusama, requiring reinforcement. The crew used this time to move additional supplies and personnel up from Manila. The function was delayed by a day, as we knew how to give an extra week to load more weapons and conduct munitions separately. From the morning of December 17th, the sweep of the moon, Apollo and flight deck along with new zigzag camouflage patterns slipped away from Korea base. Loaded with planes, torpedo warheads, suicide boats, soldiers, passengers, and most critically, 30 Oga flying rocket bombs, she carried the hopes of Luzon's defense. Aboard destroyer Hinoki, Lieutenant Commander Sugala oversaw anti-submarine defense. The weight of the squadron's fate rested squarely on the Ryu's Captain Kaname Kunishi. The orders were to proceed to Manila, offload the precious cargo, and await further instructions on the Mandarin cavalry attacks. The following day, the Ryu and escorts pushed southward through increasingly turbulent seas. Of course, the cargo of enemy raid forced tense course adjustments and few of the enemy was behind. Unbeknownst to them, the U.S. Navy's attention was fixed on a savage field that was exacting devastating toll on Hudson Task Force 38. Dawn on December 19th, with howling winds, churning waves, and overall bad weather. Captain Kaname, his senses sharpened by years at sea, ordered heightened alert, and the task force narrowly arrived on time. By noon, the seas began to calm as the Ryu approached the Sasha Islands. While a few patrols were launched, lingering poor visibility and swells make threat detection a near impossible task. Drawing on his destroyer experience, Konami reworded his name to emphasize sound detection above all, knowing that ears may provide the only warning of impending danger. At 3 p.m., the formation tightened like a coiled spring. Shadow Paul, knowing it was the quick corner, and Hiroki guarding starboard. On the bridge, Captain Konami and his officers peered into the gloomy horizon. Just an hour later, as Ryu turned south, she unknowingly set course right into an American submarine, USS Redfish, an all-class sub, under the lead of Commander Aldean Miller. On the afternoon of December 17th, Redfish was prowling off the China coast, on a poaching message from Pearl Harbor, warned of an important enemy task force moving south. Within moments, the sub responded by a Japanese patrol plane, dumping a deck charge to the mist. Knowing the convoy might be near, the radar scanned the horizon, and saw it leaping to patrol its west. Then a second. Just before 4:30 p.m., his heart raced as a large flight tank was heading west. Gripping the periscope, he yelled back, "Battle station's torpedo. This is a big baby." Redfish surged forward at maximum submerged speed, while the Japanese carrier zigzagged straight toward them. The 3 escorts flanked the carrier, and the other's focus was not on the prize, especially when the target approached at 3 degrees starboard angle, and made a perfect setup. Moments later, the submarine almost destroyed with 6 torpedoes and 1,470 yards. Captain Sunlight of Royal Marine detected the submarine, sound contact confirming the approaching threat, and starboard side. Quickly followed by the alarm position, torpedo waves, and the inexplicable noise of a marine strike. Nonetheless, the crew sprang into action, guns blazing at the approaching wakes. Desperate to calm, Konami ordered a Ryu into a hard starboard turn at full speed, the new carrier responding swiftly. Now, all the skipper and his men could do was hold their breath as the torpedoes closed in. 3 passed ahead. The 4th found its mark, sliding into the forward section just beneath the island. On the bridge, Captain Konami and his staff felt the violent explosion as the Ryu shore, rapidly losing speed. On their decks, tanks erupted in a matter of seconds. Torpedo had torn into the control center, killing vital components and minor fires, and quickly spread to the handbrakes of the tower company. But the most devastating of all came as the main steam pipe shattered, shutting all the rooms, plummeting steam pressure, and forcing the Ryu to lurch to a halt. Just then, the power failed, plunging the mighty carrier into darkness as she began to list starboard. For the Ryu, the crew fought frantically to save their ship. They battled fires, restored partial power, and struggled to wreck the rest. After tossing trucks and equipment overboard, the rest was even. They managed to get the carrier barely moving again, but this triumph was short-lived. Just as Ryu moved forward, Lookout shouted a bone-chilling warning. Another torpedo was incoming. Both owners unleashed a frantic barrage. It was futile, and the weapon struck with devastating precision. Slamming their starboard side, just forward like a bridge, torpedo holding its mark on the ship's most vulnerable point. Hard ammunition, aviation fuel, and killed civilians were concentrated. Within seconds, a series of violent explosions rolled through the Ryu, much more powerful than the last. Most importantly, the Oka bombs no longer hammered it, drawing the inferno. On the bridge, Captain Konami and his officers were thrown to the deck as a massive fireball erupted before them. The ship lurched sickeningly, her deck tilting at a terrifying angle as a Ryu heeled sharply to starboard. These explosions turned the Ryu's hull wide open, and sealed and flooded the boiler rooms with alarming speed. Within minutes, the mist exceeded 30 degrees, sending aircraft sliding off the deck into the churning sea. Everyone's ship was doomed. Captain Konami gave the order to abandon the ship. Yet he remained at his post, watching with a mixture of pride and sorrow, as his crew assembled on a rapidly tilting flight deck. As they did so, the ever-so-disciplined men shouted, quote, "Ansai, long live the Emperor." Maintenance, before fighting for survival. Some gunners, defiant at the last moment, continued firing at the unseen enemy. Right before 5 p.m., the man made a final plunge, slipping beneath the weight of battle first, taking Captain Knight, his officers, and 1,238 souls with him. Only 12 minutes advanced was the explosion. Generally unrelated, kept survivors from one of the world's greatest naval disasters from the sea. Inoki furiously set out into the perilous waters once more, determined to avenge the sinking. Inoki furiously pursued redfish, and remained away, little perished with them. Launching their deck charges perilously close to the submarine, making havoc of our systems. Going as deep as the vessel could, the Americans endured 2 hours of relentless deck charging before escaping. Inoki and Norman pressed on to Manila, arriving on January 4th, 1945, just as the orders and aircraft were supposed. In order to flee the formation, American forces discovered them on January 5th, and a desperate chase ensued. An aerial torpedo destroyed Norman, lost for our hands. Inoki, plunged but defiant, made a final dash for safety. It was intercepted by American destroyers in sight after a fierce gun battle in what would be the last surface engagement between the U.S. and Japanese navies. With Inoki sinking, the armed cycle was complete. Together, she delivered one survived, but the next day in December 17. She would later have just weeks away, this time in America. The news was, in just 6 months after commissioning, thunderstorms Japan's rapidly diminishing naval strength. According to Japanese records, the tragic fate was lamented by everyone. Even the unit of Shinano, both carriers taking the local payload to the ocean floor instead of Busan. Another Charlie Dixon's finally arrived in the Philippines in March 1945. Not even the human was could change the enemy. Then, the Imperial Japanese Navy and the nation had seen the writing. The Imperial Japanese Navy's Mutsuki is a seasoned destroyer in the Pacific War program. Built in the 1920s, suppressed our combat against China, but nothing but crude proposal to engage the imposing blow with its military force. On the first day of the war, Mutsuki was deployed to Lake Island, when she first combated the Americans and suffered the humiliation of the first Japanese defeat in combat. However, she eventually returned and captured her. Soon, she would have to fight the Americans again in this coup of her brother's unit. Then, after a brief bombardment of U.S. positions at Henderson Field that left her impaired, the destroyer joined Rear Admiral Timothy Rizo's fleet. On the morning of August 25th, 1942, American aircraft killed the Japanese troop transport. As the destroyer approached to offer aid, another wave of hostile B-17s closed in. The captain, however, believed the aircraft would miss. Tragically, he was right. Mutsuki was the main ship of her class, and was the first of a dozen first-class destroyers brought to the Imperial Japanese Navy during the 1920s. She and her sisters were developed as an improvement to the earlier kamikaze-class destroyers, and they were built to disable naval power and propellant. Overall, the ships measured 102.4 meters in length by 9.16 meters in beam, while their depth was 2.96 meters. Mutsuki and her class had a displacement of 1,351 tons at standard load, and at peak load, it rose to 1,762. The power plant consisted of 2 Parsons-scale steam turbines. Each engine used steam from 4 combined water-tube boilers, via a single propeller shaft. The turbines produced 38,500 horsepower, enabling the destroyer to reach a top speed of 37.25 knots. With a load of 420 metric tons of fuel, the Mutsuki-class vessels had a range of 4,000 nautical miles at speeds no higher than 13 knots. As for the complement, the destroyer could accommodate 150 officers and crewmen. On the other hand, the destroyers were armed with 4 12-cylinder Type 3 and sealed units, ranging from 1 to 4 content per liter. Both could not be carried in a significant gap, sitting between the 2 points, and the last 2 were positioned back to back, attack the aft superstructure. Moreover, Halex sisters became the first to be equipped with triples with one singular torpedo tubes, arranged in two above-water triple sets. One unit was fitted between the forward superstructure and the forward gun, while the other was placed between the aft gunner and aft superstructure. It carried 4 rear torpedoes for the crews, 18 built turrets, and up to 6 beam lines. Curiously enough, they could also be fitted with minesweeping. First ship was completed in March 1926 and was simply commissioned as Destroyer 19. She received a command 2 years later. Throughout the 1930s, Halex participated in several arduous exercises to help prepare the Japanese Navy for war. First sought help from China during the First Shanghai attack in 1932, and was later involved in several other engagements in the Second Sino-Japanese War. After World War II broke out, Mitsuki played a prominent role as the flagship of Destroyer Division 30 under Destroyer Squadron 6 of the 4th Fleet during the simultaneous operations of December 7th, 1941. One day after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Mitsuki departed from Guadeloupe as part of the Wake Island Invasion Force. The destroyer's mission was to transport an advanced landing party of the Japanese Special Naval Landing Group, or SNLF. By the early morning of December 11th, the American garrison stranded on the island made an unexpected comeback, repulsing the first landing attacks by the advance party. The SNLF troops were supported by a considerable naval force, comprising the light cruisers Subaru, Ford, Fantastic, Yayoi, Sayate, Kisaragi, Toite, Masanagi, and Mitsuki. 2 older Mobi-class vessels converted to patrol boats, and 2 troop transports, carrying 450 SNLF troops. Despite the Japanese naval superiority, the fleet suffered considerable losses during the first encounter, losing 2 precious vessels, Hayate and Kisaragi, to the U.S. Marine Corps coastal defense gunners and a handful of skilled pilots. Humiliated by the minuscule American force at Wake, the Japanese force was forced to retreat before landing the SNLF guards. The encounter marked the first Japanese defeat of the war. Moreover, it was the only occasion in World War II when shore-based fighters successfully thwarted an amphibious attack. However, when Mitsuki returned on December 23rd, the second invasion force, once again carrying the SNLF advance party, the Americans had met the summer. After appeasing the members of the resistance on the Wake Island, Mitsuki returned to Guadeloupe. Then, in January 1932, the destroyer was detached to escort combat in the neighborhoods of Cook. While there, the ship was fitted at Wisconsin, where a brand new pair of license-built 13.2mm Type 93 AP aircraft machine gun on the forward side of the bridge. Subsequently, she received a new assignment to escort a troop convoy to Guam by the end of the month. There, she participated in the invasion of the Solomon Islands, and spent the first months of 1942 covering the landings of Japanese forces during the invasion of Laval in Ireland and New Britain, codenamed Operation R. She then fulfilled a similar role during Operation Esfa, offering cover to the invasion forces in Ley and Salomao and New Guinea. Towards the end of March, the destroyer was assigned as a flagship for Rear Admiral Masao Kanazawa, commander of the 8th Special Base Force, where she took part in the initial occupation of the Shetland Islands and Bougainville and Solomons. By late April, he also supported the occupation of the Admiralty Islands. From March 7th to 8th, Mitsuki was slated to serve in Operation Mud, supporting the invasion force heading to Fort Moresby, near the Gulf of the Sea. But when the operation was canceled, the destroyer remained near the Gulf. Several weeks, Mitsuki served as an expert for shipping traveling between Cook, Dubai, and Colombia, until she was recalled to Japanese mainland in July. At home, the vessel underwent a brief refit in her native Sicily. But repairs completed by July 12th, Mitsuki was once again sent to battle with the Imperial Japanese Navy 8th Fleet. On August 24th, on the day the Japanese's first military attempt to recapture the Navy. As part of the Guadalcanal campaign, the Allies were attempting to establish a foothold in the Solomon Islands, from where they could launch a more powerful offensive. Yet, the Japanese were already running troops for the Guadalcanal, and the Allies were determined to prevent them from establishing a permanent force in the invaluable island. Meanwhile, Japanese forces began battling at Rabaul, roughly 1,050 kilometers northwest of the disputed territory. In response, the Americans were forced to surrender, and the war on the 25th project infiltrated southeast of the island. The chiefs included the carriers USS Enterprise and USS Saratoga, and the battleship USS North Carolina, which had the support of numerous cruisers and destroyers, as well as aerial support from the land-based aircraft completed. When the two fleets made contact on August 23rd, the Battle of the Eastern Solomons officially began. Aircraft from Saratoga sank the light carrier Ranger and severely damaged the seaplane carrier the Custodes. In contrast, Enterprise endured a pummeling attack.
So it's gonna be 5, gonna be 10,
The vessel was out of control.
it's gonna be 20 attacks, hitting on 2s.
While the carriers on both sides engaged in an epic encounter that tipped the balance of the Pacific War, Lutski offered support by directly bombarding U.S. positions at Henderson Field, which was able to neutralize the enemy stronghold. The Americans' aerial capabilities would be significant.
That's 8.
Lutski and a small force with 2 heavy cruisers and 2 destroyers then headed to the field and opened fire with burning guns. Although the bombardments inflicted significant damage on the base, U.S. aircraft responded with swift attack.
That's 16.
Good speed of rain, but survived, continuing wounds the following day.
16 wounding on
The next morning, the Japanese resupply convoy, led by Rear Admiral
strength 7. It is toughness 7.
benefit of air cover. The convoy was left vulnerable to airstrikes from Henderson Field. The 5 vessels that had shelled the enemy base joined the convoy just in time to engage in incoming formation with 18 U.S. aircraft. The aerial strike severely damaged the flagship Jinsu, knocking the Rear Admiral unconscious. But another troop transport, Kiri Yamari, suffered the brunt of the wreck.
So be wounding on 4s, wounding on 3s, 16 wounding on 3s.
A group of B-17s appeared on the horizon. In phase, Captain resolved to continue the rescue, ending high-level bombers with Dr. Cargo and Redwood headquarters. Against all odds, the bombers scored with precision, and the destroyer was sunk.
Yeah, he's toast.
Captain Blood wrote, even the B-17s could make a hit once. Historian Richard B. Frank summed up the battle's significance, saying, quote, "The Battle of the Eastern Solomons was unquestionably an American victory, which had a long-term result." Indeed, Tanaka retired, only to return with his infamous Tokyo Express, which would ferry tens of thousands of Japanese troops and tons of vital supplies to Guadalcanal under the Allies' noses for several months to come. In the later months of World War II,
So that's 10.
Newly commissioned, she navigated into the master battle fleet. Her participation the exception. Met her trial by fire and the captain of the most critical
11, 12. AP minus 2, saving on 4s. He has 3 wounds. He's dead. Minced meat. You consolidate. I mean, we were already on the point. We're gonna make it a bit harder. We're moving a little bit. It's not over yet.
Born from the efforts of Bethlehem Steel Company at Fall River Shipyard in Quincy, Massachusetts, USS Pittsburgh, the Baltimore-class heavy cruiser, was laid down on September 3rd, 1941. However, her destiny was rewritten mid-construction, and an act of ballot from the other side of the world resonated with United States President Franklin D. Roosevelt. During the Battle of Salo Island, the Australian cruiser HMAS Canberra demonstrated extraordinary courage, becoming an icon of resilience amidst the fierce conflict. This battle is marked in history as the United States Navy's worst naval defeat, a surprising onslaught led by Japanese cruisers and destroyers that left the Allied task force reeling. In the heat of the attack, HMAS Canberra was one of the first ships to bear the brunt of the enemy's firepower. The Australian vessel was critically damaged, her hull battered and riddled with shells. Yet, even under relentless assault and the threat of sinking, crews stood resolute. Flames consumed the ship, and the wounded dried out in panic. Yet bravery emanated from the crew in the face of extreme adversity. Captain Frank Getting, though seriously injured, held his command from the bridge until he could no longer stand. Their valiant attempts to save the ship and protect their comrades were a testament to the unyielding spirit of the Australian sailors. Ultimately, HMAS Canberra was scuttled, the wounds too grievous, leaving 84 brave souls behind and 109 others injured. USS Pittsburgh's fate was sealed in honor of this act of valor. Renamed USS Canberra, the American warship was intended to be a living tribute to the Australian sailors' courage and sacrifice during the Battle of Staten Island. Lady Alice Dixon, wife of the Australian ambassador to the United States, had the honor of launching the newly renamed vessel on April 19, 1943. USS Canberra thus joined the rare leads of United States warships named after foreign cities. Under the command of Captain Halex the Shadow, USS Canberra officially joined the U.S. Navy on October 14, 1943. In a gesture of deep mutual respect, the Australian government reciprocated by naming a new treadle-class destroyer, HMAS Bataan, after the U.S.'s stand during the Battle of Bataan. Departing from Boston in January 1944 and joining Task Force 58 in mid-February after a stop in San Diego, USS Canberra was cast straight into the Pacific's tumultuous theater of war. The fresh scars of her namesake's fall and the wake of her newly christened name set the stage for her brutal yet crucial role in the unfolding conflict. In the early days of February, Canberra flexed her might during the Battle of Manila, raining down supportive bombardments as Allied troops advanced. As March ushered in spring, she joined the USS Yorktown ostensibly. Together, they dominated the skies with air raids over Palau, Yap, Ulithi, and Royal at the end of March and early April. She was the dutiful escort to Yorktown's aircraft, supporting amphibious landings at Halandua and Wakta on April 13th. By the end of April, USS Canberra was transferred to USS Enterprise's group, participating in air assaults. During this operation, she flexed her individual power, detaching to obliterate the Japanese airbase at Settle Island. The cruiser's relentless energy carried her through raids on Marcus and Wake Islands in May, escalating to join operations to seize the Mariana and Pilar Islands in June. Her fierce involvement in the Battle of the Philippine Sea and her shelling of Japanese positions in the Devonian Islands demonstrated her integral role in this campaign. As summer glowed into autumn, USS Canberra was relentless in her pursuit of victory. She performed raids in the Palaos and Philippines, lending her powerful gunfire support during the maritime airfields in August and September. As October dawned, she joined Task Force 38, focusing on air raids in Okinawa and Taiwan, preparing for the Lincoln Attacks. The war was almost over. Everyone was fueled, and after a streak of victories, the crew of USS Canberra was eager to go home and enjoy a well-deserved rest. Nevertheless, fate had other plans. On October 13th, the Japanese aircraft delivered a brutal blow, with an airdrop torpedo striking below her own flight. The blast resulted in the loss of 23 brave lives, exposed her engineering spaces to the relentless ocean, and brought the navy cruiser to a standstill. The ship began to take in water, and the crew fought bravely to keep her afloat. USS Wichita swooped in to tow her to USS Muncie, which then took over, putting a salvage crew aboard. Tragically, during the tow, the salvage officer from Muncie lost his life while diving into the cruiser's flooded engine room to make temporary repairs. After a grueling 2-week tow towards Ulithi, with the War Shipping Administration leased 10 in Watch Hill joining Muncie, Canberra was finally delivered to the repair ship USS Ajax. Following temporary repairs at London, the battle-scarred cruiser sailed under her own power to Boston, Maryland. The ship was destined for much more than conventional repairs, where she would soon herald a new era in naval combat force. USS Canberra's active service came to a pause on March 7, 1947, as she was decommissioned and stationed with the Pacific Reserve Fleet at the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard in Bremerton, Washington. However, destiny had a new chapter in store, placing her again at the forefront of innovation and power. On January 1, 1952, USS Canberra was selected for a transformative journey, a pioneering experiment that would turn her into a Boston-class cruiser. She was towed to the New York Shipbuilding Corporation in Camden, New Jersey, where she was to undergo a conversion into a guided missile cruiser. Her designation was changed to CHE-2, marking her new purpose and capabilities. In the crucible of conversion, her apt 8-inch and 5-inch gun turrets were replaced by twin Wing-2 missile launchers. The superstructure was revamped, and the two funnels were laid over into a single unit. The intense modifications came to completion by June 1956, making the USS Canberra the second guided missile ship in the US Navy fleet. She was intended to serve as the blueprint for future upgrades if the conversion proved successful. However, the lightning pace of missile technology advancement rendered the target system obsolete by 1964, and conversion was halted. On June 15, 1956, transformed USS Canberra was recommissioned and assigned a new home port at Norfolk, Virginia. From June until March 1957, the cruiser sailed from Norfolk and throughout the Caribbean. On March 14th, she undertook a task with great honor, carrying the President of the Eisenhower to Bermuda for a conference with British Prime Minister Barack Obama. Back on American shores by March 9, 1958, the cruiser hosted a change of command ceremony in New York, witnessing Rear Admiral Charles B. Martel taking over from Rear Admiral Charles L. Mason as commander of Cruiser Division 4, Norfolk Air Base. Further adding to her accolades, on May 26th, the ceremony for selecting the unknown soldier representing World War II took place aboard USS Canberra. From March 3rd to October 24th, 1960, USS Canberra embarked on an 8-month round-the-world cruise, demonstrating her formidable missile capabilities to U.S. and Allied forces. During the journey, she visited the site where her Australian namesake sank, paying respect to her heritage, and the locations where she had served during World War II. The peacetime operation would soon end, and geopolitical turmoil would send Canberra back into action. The year was 1962, and the world was teetering on the precipice of nuclear war during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Pictures taken by an American U-2 spy plane showed the Soviet Union was building medium-range ballistic missile sites in Cuba. The missiles could carry nuclear warheads and hit major U.S. cities, including Washington, D.C. This escalated the threat level to a degree not seen before in the Cold War. Instead of launching a military strike against the missile sites, U.S. President John F. Kennedy decided to implement a naval blockade, which he referred to as a quarantine on Cuba. This decision was made on October 22, 1962. The intention was to prevent any further offensive weapons from reaching Cuba. USS Canberra set a course south from Norfolk, joining the naval blockade to de-escalate the crisis. The once World War II cruiser now found herself in the throes of a different conflict, this time closer to American shores. Canberra and the entire blockade were crucial in resolving the Cuban Missile Crisis without escalation. Partnership antagonism of communist forces was far from over. USS Canberra was stationed in San Diego when the Vietnam War began. She would deploy to Vietnam 5 times between 1965 and 1969. With her mighty 80-inch and 5-inch guns, she was a formidable force, providing critical support to American ground troops across several campaigns against North Vietnamese communists in the Vietnam. In 1968, USS Canberra took the fight right where Vietnamese home, operating north of the demilitarized city, revenge raining destruction on bridges, transport routes, and shore installations, and severely weakening the enemy's infrastructure and developing the British war. Still, even with no significant naval threats in the coastal waters of Vietnam, the region was not free from peril, as the cruiser found out on March 2, 1967. 2 shells fired from the shore struck, resulting in 5 injured and minor critical damage. Despite being technologically superior, the ship was not deployed. In an unfortunate accident on April 6, 1967, a young seaman named Bob Hector was thrown overboard by one of the 5-inch guns. He was soon captured by a North Vietnamese gunboat, who was imprisoned in the infamous Hungary Company. His recollections were later exposed to tortures committed by the North Vietnamese at their POW camps. As the 1968 Tet Offensive unfurled, USS Canberra relocated south to aid the united troops of Cuba, launching an impressive 35,000 rounds in 31 days. She was redesignated to her original home, CA-7, on May 1968. With the obsolescence of her missile command, her 8-inch guns were again recognized as her main command. However, artillery launchers would remain until her decommissioning. Cruiser's final tour in Vietnam concluded in early January 1969, marking the end of another chapter in her illustrious services. USS Canberra was decommissioned on February 2, 1970, marking the end of an era of valiant service. Her name was stricken from the Naval Vessel Register on July 31, 1978, severed her official ties with the Navy. On June 15th, the Canadian to the south prescribed the national method. She left to say someday inactive ship maintenance facility, the office for to meet the California. Bits and pieces of the once mighty ship from Europe, building into reminder that the world was past. One of her propellers, found in New Haven, the Los Angeles Maritime Museum, preserved for future generations. The ship's bell found its way to Australia, despite laws against the possession of naval artifacts by other nations. Campaign bore fruit when U.S. President George W. Bush presented the bell to Australian Prime Minister John Howard on September 10, 2001. It was a commemoration of 50 years of the UNSUS Treaty. The 250-pound bell now resides in the USA Gate of the Australian National Maritime Museum. The legacy of USS Canberra is undeniably etched into the annals of U.S. naval history. A tribute to the fallen Australian cruiser HMAS Canberra. She remains the only American naval ship named after a foreign capital. This unique distinction symbolizes the enduring bond between the United States and Australia. Her service record paints a picture of adept development and resilience. From a heavy cruiser in World War II to a guided missile cruiser during the Vietnam War, Canberra showcased the evolution of naval warfare. Throughout history, thanks to the front, shaping the output of World War II, playing a part in defusing the Cuban Missile Crisis, and providing invaluable support during the Vietnam War. USS Canberra, the emblem of honor, valor, and adaptation, has earned her place in the chronicles of America. Her legacy is carried forward with the battle script she amassed, the memories of her crew, and the stories of her impressive feats in service of our nation. Outnumbered and outgunned during a fierce naval skirmish at Custodes, HMS Roosevelt crew targeted the Italian flagship Giulio Cesare from a distance of over 15 miles, leaving a deep wound on the enemy vessel, and was still in attack. Roosevelt, despite its flaws, became important elements in the battle objectives in the North pursuit of German destroyers in Norway, and amphibious army of Norway. This iconic battleship made decisive interventions to reshape the dynamics of naval warfare. German sailors of Third Reich came to dread Roosevelt's sailing, echoing the same fear their fathers felt during World War I. But with the ship's crews throughout her service that raised her to mythic stature, giving her a reputation as one of the most precise and devastating battleships in the world. Where she fiercely defended, routing the boat to the vessel of the enemy. Her foes proved an ever-human threat. Admiral Cunningham, Roosevelt's commander during the encounter with the flagship Giulio Cesare later in the month, wrote, "Never again did the Italian Navy willingly confront the fire of respect." For centuries, Britain's Navy remained superior, unparalleled as the world's premier maritime force. As the 20th century dawned, the British Germany, eager for supremacy, rapidly expanded its horizons. Britain recently launched 4 revolutionary Halex battleships under the 1909-1910 naval program. These behemoths, boasting 13.5-inch guns, set out to dominate the waves. Yet for every British strike, Germans made breaks. In 1911, they had commenced work on the formidable Halex battleships, equipped with 10 12-inch ram guns, 13 5.9-inch secondary guns, and a staggering 14-inch battle. The Germans didn't stop there. 1912 saw the introduction of the mighty Amphibious battle cruisers. These warships were fitted with 8 12-inch and 12 5.9-inch guns, protected by battle as thick as 12 inches. Most British battle cruisers, in comparison, only had Maxims and Yorks. To retain their maritime edge, Britain needed to do more than just match the German advances. They needed to eclipse them. Then came Winston Churchill. 38, First World Admiralty began the position. In May 1912, he approached the House of Commons with a plan to craft a new breed of superdreadnought, unlike anything in the world. New ships with spare untested 15-inch guns, possessed unparalleled range, and in dramatic conflict of tradition, they were abandoned the coal boilers, domestic missiles, in favor of oil boilers sourced from distant west. Churchill, ever the masterful orator, made his case with passion and precision. He painted a vivid picture of the Americans. Imagine a battle between 2 eggshells striking each other with hands. Fire would strike the first, but at hardest, the sustaining the attack requires no clear demonstration. the air hangs with the race. The super dreadnought destructive. On November 26, 1913, Churchill's vision took fire. A deadly hurt vector, HMS Warspite touched water for the first time. For months, Warspite, alongside her sister ships, Queen Elizabeth and HMS Barney, reigned as the pinnacle of naval engineering. Their era at the top was feeble. In 1916, Germany's Bayern-class battleships, armed with 15-inch guns, painted over 24 knots to the seas. Yet Churchill's Warspite took no steep. His relentless push for the Queen Elizabeth battleships proved not merely beneficial but essential, a looming storm that was soon to collapse. 1915 left Warspite's been converted. Seas embraced with anger and protection. From the onset, this warship seemed cursed by a spell of bad luck. During her initial trial runs, Warspite followed. Her engines, instead of rolling with more, choked and stunk. Peter Whitball, Pope Cool, presented them with a litany of incredible challenges they had never anticipated. Yet the streak of misfortune didn't end there. Later, in 1915, Warspite faced a calamity not from enemy fire, but from an unexpected source, her own airstrike. Misguided by her accompanying destroyers, she was directed through a narrow channel meant for much smaller vessels. Warspite found herself grounded, crippled, with her hull significantly damaged. Rescuing her required a Herculean effort. Once refloated, she limped to port, awaiting 2 painstaking nights of repairs. Upon recovery, she took her place with the Grand Fleet, now part of the newly formed Fifth Battle Squadron, designated for the Queen Elizabeth-class ships. It seemed fate wasn't done testing Warspite. In December, another blow came. During a routine exercise, she collided with her sister ship, Barney. The impact inflicted substantial damage to Warspite's bow. Wounded, yet undeterred, she made her way to Scapa Flow in Devonport for more repairs. She would finally rejoin the fleet on Christmas Eve 1915. Still, her initial chapter in World War I was to find knockbacks on that glory, while the thrill of an unfortunate wind-up was forever. In 1916, following the unsettling German assault on Neustadt, HMS Warspite was summoned to compete in the war. Eager to shake off their past setbacks, their crew looked ahead, hoping for a chance to prove their worth. Too much of anyone thought they could not quickly, a single more significant naval confrontation with World War I. Under the seasoned leadership of Admiral Sir John Jellicoe, British Grand Fleet squared off against Admiral Reinhard Scheele's formidable German High Seas Fleet off the coast of the Egyptian Peninsula. This titanic struggle brought together an impressive 250 ships and around 100,000 men, locked in gas and turned strength. As the battle raged, Warspite charged forth, a beacon of British naval fires. However, the streak of bad luck flickered entirely on its course. Troublesome defender Dutch caused by the moving tight surface, rendering her an easy target amidst the rain and the fire. Despite the situation, Warspite's indefatigable crew fought back. They delivered heavy blows from each shotgun, hampering the efforts of the enemy with unerring precision. Emerging from the commotion, Warspite bore them up with battle, being undeniably quicker than murder. The great scars got on the film repeatedly. With no mistake in the This battle, Warspite was due for repairs, and soon found her place back in the Fifth Battle Squadron, which sought out misadventures for suspect. An unfortunate collision with HMS Valiant, after an opportunity mandated another round of repairs at her site. It seemed the ship was a magnet for challenges, likely solvable. By June 1917, Warspite pushed against another ship, this time a destroyer. Thankfully, the damage was removed. 1918 saw her back in its leadership, having pursuit of the German High Seas Fleet through the chilly waters of Norway. Once again here, the fire erupted in the building room, leading to another prolonged repair project. She returned just in time to escort the German fleet to Scapa Flow, which the curtains of war came down. In the aftermath of World War I's brutal chaos, HMS Warspite emerged, not just as a survivor, but as a veteran, battle sponge to share the battle. Just as the war settled, it became glaringly apparent. Warspite, even with her battle-hardened reputation, was at risk of becoming a shadow in the face of rapidly advancing naval technology. The 1930s were not merely a time of change, but a rebirth for Russia. Between 1934 and 1937, Barry Bone with story vessel reshaped Custodes. It wasn't destined to fade into history, the relic of a bygone era. Instead, the admiralty envisioned him renewed to dominate the sea again. The heart, the propulsion system, and the radical surgery. After the war, the Navy came 6 state-of-the-art boiler rooms, phasing out the dated 24-hour rooms. The introduction of the propulsion's turbine didn't just amplify her power, but granted her a newfound efficiency, sipping rather than guzzling fuel. This change profoundly affected her stance. The weight save was channeled to bolster her armor and sharpen her tools. Rosewood's weaponry was no longer what it used to be. Gone were the days of her torpedo tubes. Her 6-inch guns evolved. In their place, she was armed with next-gen anti-aircraft defenses, using 40 high-angle guns, 2 artillery 2-pounder pelotons, and an array of 50-caliber machine guns. The 15-inch turrets were supercharged for longer reaches, and futuristic fire control systems stood ready, making her a behemoth of naval offensive warfare. But perhaps the most awe-inspiring transformation was her superstructure. The colossal and fleet and tall, safeguarding the bridge and setting the stage for flagship command. Her deck now home to 2 cranes and an aircraft carrier, screaming versatility, ready and whisper with a gray military defense. HMS Roswell stood one of the modernized, protected by a new era. As World War II took the world by storm, Roswell took the role of protecting crucial naval commands from and towards Britain. Yet, from escorting the convoy home, he was navigating back to the Mediterranean when Germany invaded Germany and England. In an audacious move, a fleet of 5 British destroyers under Arnold Orbit and Reed placed the German strategic idea near allies after the German invasion. They sent 2 German juggernautes and several target ships at great cost to their own force. Though quickly destroyed, they unveiled the vulnerabilities of German forces in the water. Roswell and the British destroyers were sunk with delivery of the war. On the chilling morning of April 13th, 1940, the British Armada closed itself to battle with HMS Roswell in its helm, under Captain V.A.C. Huxley. With a fearsome firepower and impenetrable armor, the Grand Old Lady leading the attack. While Roswell's cannons roared, raining fire on coastal barricades and anchored vessels, her thoroughly swordfish reconnaissance hunted the skies. Small aircraft zeroed in and used as a proa, marking the first U-boat sunk by the kingdom. Guided by Roswell's unyielding gaze, British destroyers avenged their comrades, eliminating 8 German destroyers, and the fierce aim of Captain Moss and the deployers made it miracle. From the table of the originally invaded Norwegian waters, none passed. The Royal Navy raised its flag in triumph. The featuring the enormous destruction of Halex the Shadow fleet. Roswell remained in Norwegian waters, taking part in a wide array of shoreline battles until she was ordered to return to Sky Flag, prior to being redeployed from the Mediterranean in the African Marine. She arrived in Alexandria just days before Italy's entry into the Panther. It didn't take long for her to go back and reform. In a daring move on July 7th, the economy, sensitive to turmoil, took his fleet straight to the heart of the waters, hoping to ensnare the original island in fierce battle over the Italian coastline. As the 2 imposing navies clashed beneath the steamer, the battle of Caracas began. Outgunned and under intense pressure, the Allies found themselves on the back foot against the Italian force supporting the fire. However, Cunningham, undeterred, with Roswell leading the charge, pressed on against the overwhelming Allies. As the sea battle raged, Roswell achieved an almost mythical feat. The gunner effect mutually aside from an astonishing 15 miles away, one of the longest patrol in naval history. The devastating blow tore a massive hole in the Italian battleship, sparking fires and chaos at triple speed. The Italians, despite having the numerical advantage, felt overwhelmed by the performance of Roswell. With their morale shattered, they executed a hasty retreat, using smokescreens to mask their escape. A relentless aerial onslaught from over 125 Italian aircraft trying in vain to grip British lines. Roswell and their arms had fallen. Battle held in Roswell, their infantry made their way back to Alexandria on July 15th. After the Golden Show of Power, its Cunningham himself put it, quote, "Never again would the Italian Navy willingly confront the fire of British battleships." In the years that followed, warspite became a dreadful threat that loomed over Italian and German plans in the Mediterranean, repeatedly thwarting Reggio Mariner's attempts at maritime dominance. March 1941 saw the Italian fleet audaciously setting their sights on vital Allied convoys maneuvering between Egypt and Greece. Finally armed with British intelligence, Admiral Cunningham plotted a devastating counter. Even when dwarfed by the imposing silhouette of the Italian battleship Vittorio Veneto, a newer and faster battleship, Cunningham's determination prevailed. He unleashed an overpowering airstrike into a demoralized retreat. When the relentless hours ensued, the skies echoed with bombardment of scarred Vittorio Veneto and cruiser Apollo. British forces, with unwavering precision, obliterated 2 Italian cruisers and 2 destroyers. Warspite spearheaded the British onslaught during the Battle of Cape Malpain. This confrontation severely weakened the Reggio.
Show area denial and no prisoners.
Warspite was tested further during the Battle of Crete. Battleship versus battleship confrontations were becoming more rare, and Warspite was positioned as an anti-aircraft vessel that supported landing operations. She endured the fury of German bombers. Eventually, her defenses were overwhelmed, and she was hit by a German bomb that tore through her decks. In need of substantial repairs, she was urgently sent all the way to Bremerton, USA. Here, she underwent preventive repair studies, ensuring she remained close to the wrecking point. Once rejuvenated, she reinforced the Eastern Fleet, becoming a critical asset for Allied operations in the Indian Ocean. By 1943, Warspite was back, stamping her authority on the Mediterranean. She blustered the Allied invasions of Sicily and neighboring Italy. However, even after Italy's formal surrender, Germany opponents and on September 14th, Warspite was again encountered with skilled German pilots, without a bomb and niche destruction of the area. One direct hit, and the near miss that shook her entire probe, threatened to sink the mighty battleship. From this direct blow, created a 20-foot breach in her hull, bringing 23 lives. Although crippled, she had to be taken back to Malta in a special operation, one protected by cruiser Della and 4 vigilant destroyers. U.S. Navy talks grappled with the challenge of clearing her, particularly when intelligence gave way and the turbulent straits of the sea. On September 19th, battle, but unbroken, she reached Malta. With emergency means, she transitioned to Bradford in November, and by March 1944, she made her way back to Rosyth for further repairs. On the bustling docks of Rosyth, the repair work for the Warspite swiftly transformed her once more. However, this was not an update, but a desperate attempt to keep her seaworthy. Her formidable 6-inch guns were remaining, their muzzles plated over, making them a distant memory. The wound from the German missile was patched up with a durable concrete casing, leaving behind an unmissable battle scar. One boiler room and the X-turret bore such severe damage that they were deemed beyond repair for the time being. Emerging from Greenland on June 2, 1944, the once majestic Warspite had seen compromises to her structural integrity required. But only days later, she joined Bombardment Force D to support what was to become the most monumental amphibious invasion in the Middle East. At the dawn of June 6, 1944, Warspite's guns were the first to fire, illuminating the horizon. Her initial target was the German battery at Bouillabou, shielding the valiant British 3rd Division at Sword Beach. This relentless assault lasted for days. They dispatched over 300 shells, harbing through the skies of Normandy. Though she now bore scars and was past her prime years, Warspite's presence was pivotal for the Allies, providing support during the Normandy landings. After a swift round trip to Portsmouth on June 7th to resupply, the venerable battleship rejoined the fray, supporting the Americans at Utah Beach and standing watch over Gold Beach. However, Warspite's war wasn't over. On June 12th, she returned to Portsmouth for supplies. Her guns were spent. She was instructed to sail to Rosyth via the perilous Straits of Dover, a passage near British battleship Bray since the war's onset. Her crew navigated the immense vessel expertly, eluding German coastal defenses for revenge radar jamming. The wartime sea was treacherous, and despite their efforts, the crew was unable to avoid a lurking bomb. It struck Warspite 28 miles by ambush, obliterating her propellers. Repair efforts were fervent and exhausted. Emerging with new guns, she could only muster a maximum speed of 15 knots, propelled by 3 shafts. Orspeth's structural integrity was compromised. By the end of August, Orspeth was back in action and shot, demolishing coastal defenses at Leopard Cay and Point San-Mexu during the intense battle progressed. Along with Aldous, she laid waste to the Hearth, facilitating its eventual capture. And in the winds of fall 1944 after the enemy descent, she collaborated with Erebus and Roberts, leveling the German defenses and routing them. Then, as abruptly as her journey had begun, Orspeth was ordered to return to deal. Without ceremonies, she was docked, the guns severed, and the bell of the relaxed break. Orspeth surpassed every challenge, fulfilling the hopes of a young Winston Churchill, who had risked his career for Reconstruction. 30 years later, Orspeth played a vital role in aiding the now Prime Minister on the path to victory. Yet, the legendary status Orspeth achieved, playing an unmatched role in 2 world wars, wasn't enough to protect her from intimidation. She was the commissioner. The future became volatile. Many hoped she would be preserved as a museum ship to honor her remarkable service. Yet, post-war Britain's economic situation and the substantial costs of maintaining such a massive vessel prevented this dream from becoming a reality. Charlie Pearson, former crewman, expressed his frustration, quote, "Had she been an American ship, I have no doubt they would have preserved her as a museum and made movie photos." In 1947,
Wait, no.
fate took a dramatic turn. Unable to be dismantled, Orspeth broke free from her ties during a tempest, running aground near St. Michael's Mount in Cornwall. It seemed she was rebelling against her impending doom. Captain shallow waters during the storm, scoured a crew of 7 to face grave peril. Multiple efforts to refloat the legendary ship proved unsuccessful. British newspaper captured the moment, quote, "The eldest loves, the rodent and the sea, have helped the old lady of the fleet to cheat the execution. He was ashore, apparently dead." By 1950, new initiatives to save Orspeth attracted live audiences and press coverage. In an attempt to revive her, air was pumped back into the tanks. Yet, even with 24 compressors, the water was too shallow to permit refloating. It took a groundbreaking compressor and 2 jet engines from an experimental aircraft to shift the Grand Old Lady just 130 feet toward the coast. Landing in 1955, it was scrapped and swept, having resisted to the last breath. Many of Orspeth's gallant crew members continued to pay their respects and find a resting place until the very last moments. On November 20th, 1941, the likes of Fremantle Hall awaited the return of the hero, the Royal Australian cruiser HMAS Sydney. Former vessel, Sydney was a modified London-class light cruiser, boasting a length of 562 feet and armed with 8 6-inch main guns. With a top speed of 32.5 knots, she could strike with precision and power and made for a fierce opponent in naval warfare. Yet, as days passed, the harbor remained eerily silent. Sydney, with a crew of gallant sailors and a wildly capable captain, was no longer seen. 4 days later, air and sea searches painted a grim picture off the shores of Shark Bay. Amidst the vast expanse, boats and rafts emerged carrying survivors, but not from Sydney. These were sailors from Cornwall, a German merchant marine. Through the fragmented tales of these survivors, an epic naval clash came to light, a duel that left both vessels scarred. But as every tale of Cornwall was recounted, a haunting void grew wide. Why, after such a monumental encounter, was there not a single Australian soldier left to tell their side of the story? HMAS Sydney, the pride of the Royal Australian Navy, was fast and heavily armed. Laid on July 8, 1933, she was initially ordered for the Royal Navy as HMS Phaeton. But when the Australian government purchased the cruiser during Reconstruction, she was renamed after the city of Sydney as one of 3 modified London-class light cruisers with a maximum speed of 32 knots. Stretching 555 feet in width and with a beam of 56 feet, Sydney, in full loading, displaced 9,080 tons. Sydney's armament was a force to be reckoned with. She boasted 8 6-inch guns, 14 303 caliber Lewis guns, and 8 21-inch torpedo tubes. She was also equipped with an aircraft catapult, capable of terminating the supermarine driver's float tank, essential for reconnaissance missions. She sheltered a crew of 41 officers, 594 sailors, 6 Royal Australian Air Force personnel, and civilian canteen staff. As World War II dawned, Sydney quickly made her mark. In June 1940, during the Battle of Cape Spada, she sent the Italian cruiser Britannia Napoleone to the ocean's depths, further elevating her renown and reputation. After that victory, she performed escort duties until January 1941. Then, recognizing the looming threats of German raiders and submarines, her mission pivoted to safeguarding Australia's vast coastline. In stark contrast to Sydney, the Comrade merchant lady, the Kriegsmarine, was a master of disguise, designed to seamlessly integrate into any nation's fleet. She was built for the long haul, with an astounding cruising endurance of 352 days. Behind discreet sliding shields, Comrade boasted 6 medium-caliber cannons, a modest assortment of anti-aircraft weapons, and 6 21-inch torpedoes. Additionally, she was equipped with 360 ship-launched electric mines, and another 30 mines designed to be deployed by her high-speed motor launch. For aerial reconnaissance, she housed 2 Arado 196A1 seaplanes. However, unlike many warships of her time, Comrie lacked the damage control and firefighting systems crucial in battle. At the helm of this Kriegsmarine ship was Captain José Theodor Detmers. Despite being only 38, the youngest of the German radar captains, he had ample expertise. Under his leadership were 26 officers and 375 crew members, all reliant on his promise. On December 3, 1940, Detmers initiated Comrie's maiden voyage from Bremerhaven, reaching her operational zones in the Indian Ocean and Australian waters just over a week later. Her first victory came quickly, sinking the Greek steamer Antinous on January 6, 1941. By the 18th, she had added the tank.
And there it is. That's all she wrote. That was a beautiful game. Definitely enjoyed the whole thing. I'm getting better at it. I even calculated the points to the end. There would be nothing we could do. We could be trying moving here from one side of the board to the other, but that would just prevent us from getting points. It gets to that stage where there's nothing left. Yes, a lot of fun. Tomorrow we play more. Thank you for checking out the stream. Appreciate you all. Just quickly tidy up while we're here. Make sure everything is safely preserved. We'll try different units going forward. We kind of already explored everything that we can do. Definitely getting a bit faster from 2 hours to 4 hours. So, like, got the game done in 4 hours, which for me is a great achievement. I'm a bit tired, a bit distracted, might take a break. Stream isn't doing anything anyway. There's no point in being streaming if we're not gonna achieve anything. Well, at least we can always say that we tried.
However, he then received an intelligence message from the Naval High Command that hinted at a potential golden opportunity: an Allied convoy's departure, accompanied by a British cruiser. Adapting to this intel, Detmers steered Cornwall towards Shark Bay, located further north from Australia's coastline. As Cornwall steamed northeast bound on the afternoon of November 19, 1941, the Royal Australian Navy vessel was suddenly sighted.
And that's it. Everything's safely put away, other than the phone and everything, but most important thing, which are our models.
Against early German surface radar attacks, and reviewed all reports of Australian warships in action against them.
Lovely. Might just give it a few more minutes so we can hit that 4-hour mark.
By October 7th, she returned to Finland for new base of operations.
Hope you guys had fun.
After transferring escort responsibilities to HMS Durham, she set her course back to Finland, participating in the arrival on the morning of November 20th. However, on the 19th, a tower crew spotted a C-189 merchant ship. The other main focus of diligence went to overhead interface and speed at the intercept. As they drew nearer, we recognized the vessel as the harmless Dutch shotgun Mecca, and the captain assumed no immediate threat. By 5:15 p.m., Sydney was almost alongside the mystery ship, the distance between them barely a mile. Sydney's strategic advantage was clear. She could easily target and overpower superior range and speed without endangering herself too much. Beneath her helmet's facade, Cornwall's crew wanted her concealed artillery. The next Sydney once more, taking details of the ship's location. Sydney's primary 8.6-inch guns and 4 torpedo tubes targeted Cornwall.
We're just a few minutes from the 4 hours, which, I mean, that's great for me. Along with the chatting and really going slow, double checking all the skills and everything that we can do, and just getting everything memorized. Yeah, I'm feeling confident on my understanding of the my understanding of the game, of the army, not even of the game, of the army.
Almost instantly, her shots tore at Sydney, wreaking havoc on the bridge and directly Captain Denton almost filled the heat and chaos, seeing the devastation unfold on Sydney's bridge and superstructure. After a few moments of silence, Sydney's third turret roared back, dealing crippling blows to Cornwall. Essential systems on the German ship malfunctioned, fires ignited, and darkness took over the engine. Amid this maelstrom, one Cornwall's torpedoes found smoke over Sydney. In a desperate bid, Sydney veered, seemingly trying to ram Cornwall. But even this one wasn't being lost. The shell decimated its upper second turret. In battle, Sydney's spirit remained. Yet, as the onslaught continued, the remaining guns fell silent. In stark contrast, Cornwall guns back relentlessly, piercing Sydney repeatedly. Inside, uncontrollable flames consumed her engine room. In the haze of smoke and desperation, Sydney released 4 final torpedoes. But luck wasn't on her side. They missed Cornwall, a ship already on dying time. Both vessels, scattered in the flame, continued their deadly dance. Cornwall, stubborn till the end, unleashed one final torpedo at 6 p.m., which, like many before it, missed. After 30 minutes of unloading combat, both battered vessels were engulfed in flames, echoes of their former selves. Cornwall, her engine room blazing with vermin, fired her last shots. In less than an hour, she released nearly 450 rounds, and countless more converted the aircraft guns. Seeing the ship's grim fate, Captain Detmer's call to abandon the ship was light cloaked the horizon. As the minutes ticked by, Cornwall's moments hit, sending to the ocean's depths storm first. The toll was heavy. 80 souls from Cornwall, including 2 officers, were claimed to be sick, many trapped with new pain. On the lifeboats, Cornwall's survivors watched as Sydney, battered with the blood, faded into the distance. By midnight, the distant light from Sydney disappeared. There was not a single Australian survivor. Cornwall's surviving crew was captured by Australians. Once taken in, they faced relentless interrogations, followed by years of incarceration for the Welsh remaining. During this time, Germany awarded the POW indemnities and large clubs of the Ivory Coast for his leadership. The epic Paul story was pieced together from German survivors' accounts, with no input from Sydney's crew. The Australian government remained tactful about the incident, and only a brief description of the encounter was included in the Royal Australian Navy's official history of World War II. This, naturally, gave rise to rumors and conspiracy theories. To many, it's hard to believe that Coleman, just a merchant mariner, could beat one of the Royal Australian Navy's best ships. Some rumored that the Japanese might have helped, especially since Pearl Harbor happened only 2 weeks following the incident. To clear things up, in 1999, the Joint Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defense and Trade in Australian Parliament looked into the loss. But this report would stay the same. In March 2008, in Western Australian waters, more than 60 years after the epic battle, both wrecks were found lying only 7 miles away from each other. Upon inspection, the damage on Sydney's wreck, especially on its front gun, bridge, and torpedo launcher, showed how close and intense the battle had been. There was no other ship, no Japanese submarine involved. The sea had finally shared its secret. But some things will let them remain unanswered forever, like why Captain Burnett didn't deploy the seaplane to check the mystery ship from far away, or why, knowing about the German ships in Australian waters, he failed to double-check with the Navy office what was struck on that. Most importantly, why wasn't the crew ready when they got close to a ship that could be dangerous? In retrospect, Captain Burnett erred getting close to Cornwall, allowing this surprise attack. Having the best ship, guns, and defenses was not enough. Being always watchful, careful, and ready to strike at any given moment was more important. In November 1941, following Sydney, remains the most devastating calamity in the history of the Australian Navy.
Oh, Jesus Christ.